It is now 6:01 p.m. Let's please begin the Hermosa Town Board meeting for Tuesday, March 3rd. So let's begin with roll call. Kramer,
Here.
Ferguson,
Here.
Oops, here, Service,
Here.
Matheny.
Here.
I'd like to thank everybody else for showing up tonight. We have a pretty large crowd. Please stand for the pledge of allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. So, item 2A is not an agenda item. So it needs to be removed.
Excuse me, sir. That is an agenda item added. I added that as an agenda item for discussion.
Yeah, it's. Okay. I didn't realize that it was a discussion item, so let's do a quick discussion on that for 5-10 minutes.
Sure. It wouldn't take me that long at all. One thing I've noticed, on a reducing regularity, but on occasion, is that items are removed from the agenda for various reasons. And every once in a while, a removal presents itself that seems to be aimed towards suppression of discussion around the particular item. So I would like moving forward, and I don't even think we necessarily need a policy or anything moving forward. I would like a change involving removal of items to be a roll call vote, as a conflict of interest could result in certain items being removed from agendas as a result of the said conflict.
Trina?
We still have a problem though with items not getting on the agenda, right? So I looked it up and I found that there's two standards for towns. One is every item goes on there regardless, and you might skip it, but whatever comes in is on the agenda, which could feel a little overwhelming, but that's one option. And then the other option was to have two people make a decision on what's on the agenda, and then that's what's on it. Like you said, nothing comes off of it. That's what we talked about. And I think that we should change the way we do the agenda. And I hope, of course, because I just said, I feel like the first option is overwhelming, right? We've got so much on our plates already to have all this stuff that we would be skipping or waiting for the next thing or more input. I think having two people to decide what's on the agenda and that's what's there. And then you have a list. I heard, I don't know for sure, but that we used to have a list of things that were on hold for the agenda. We're waiting to hear from this person or that. And that list was kind of public knowledge, but it was just there. And so I kind of like that idea. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, just a couple of points. So the basis of everything can be added to an agenda. Part of what that stems from is Robert's Rules of Order. Any member of the body has the given right to share, present, and discuss any ideas they choose and feel fit. As far as this item goes, though, as far as whether or not the roll call vote occurs, that's more of any member can request anything added to the record at any time. So I guess you could almost interpret this as me formally requesting that roll call votes are added for all agenda items. And if you look at item 4, roll call voting for any agenda item that may have a conflict of interest, changes to the agenda itself is an agenda item. So, and if a conflict of interest may be presented, I can request essentially for roll call voting on all agenda changes.
Yeah, that can be requested, but that determination is made when the vote is called. It's not made by a member.
Right, this would be a way to formally, rather than have to ask for it every time, blanket covers all the movements.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for that. So moving along, I would like to make a motion to amend the current agenda. The amendment is as follows. Replace item 7B with schedule public engagement meeting for floodplain west of Highway 79. Strike the words project defunct from item 7E. Strike items 10B. Table 11A.
Which on him?
Add 15D.
Sure.
Sir.
table.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't have anything.
Okay, so, so we'll ignore the 11A. Add 15D, revoke appointment for economic development liaison. And add item 15E, require board president and board vice president approval of proposed agenda and packet before releasing to the public on Fridays before the meeting, and require amendment requests of agenda at board meetings. Okay, I made the motion to amend. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion has been made and seconded, so I would like to open the discussion period with a statement. Excuse me for a second. Too much chaos is being injected into this process. This nonsense needs to end. Things were added to this agenda that should not be advertised as coming from the board. It should have been a board discussion for education purposes for both the board and the public. The board has a duty to protect the interests of the town and its people, not open up the town to uneducated conjecture and misinterpretation. Town office needs to be politically neutral, and removing the responsibility for creating the agenda will help achieve that aim. As the person responsible for executing the agenda, I need to be more involved in that process so we can help streamline the town's business and control meeting length. I would also like to add to that, and when we get to that item, we can address it, but on item 6C, there is a confidentiality clause that ended up in the packet. And so we need to be mindful of that going forward as well. So is there any discussion, Mr. Service?
Terry, could you reread the motion for me? Oh, or I'll just look at it.
I don't.
I just want to make sure I have all the changes correct.
I
So
don't think I got everything.
we're removing item B.
Removing item 7B.
We're
We're replacing 7B with schedule of public engagement. I didn't get all of it.
Budget plans, Highway 79 is what I got.
Yeah, scheduled public engagement meeting for floodplain west of Highway 79. Yep, next up.
okay. Anyone else?
Strike 7E.
That was just strike the project defunct from 70, is that wrong?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, project, okay. Project B, okay. And then strike 10B.
Strike 10B.
Add 15D, revoke appointment of economic development
Liaison.
liaison.
Yeah, so that is concerning.
And then
And then 15E,
E,
board president, vice president.
right, so that was require the board president and vice president approval of the proposed agenda and packet before releasing to the public on Friday before the meeting, and require amendment requests of agenda at the board meetings.
I have my hand up.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought that it was made knowledgeable that anybody, and I know it came from vice president's mouth to anybody, put anything on the agenda that they want to. Yes.
Well,
I mean,
You don't have your hand up.
yeah,
That has been put to me many, many, many times. Anybody can put anything they want on the agenda.
right, and so, I mean, obviously, we're just talking about amending the current agenda, so we're not on that item yet. However, I mean, I think this agenda has examples of why that policy should change.
It's
And
not changed now, so you can't do anything about it.
I'm not talking about that, but, anyways, do we have any further discussion on the amendment? Motion, Aaron?
Sure. Elect planning commission chair and vice chair. There is an ordinance requiring that from its members, the board of trustees elects the chair, vice chair, and secretary. So whether it happens at this meeting or another, it is a requirement under our ordinances to be complete. That's for item B. I'm not done yet. Revoke appointment of EDL Economic Development Committee Liaison. That absolutely will require a roll call vote of this motion. Require public, is it? Require BOC president and vice president to review agenda. I do believe that's something that could bring us into the dangerous territory of what is known as suppression. Efforts to prevent a member from introducing discussions. Essentially filtering individuals' ability and equally entitled elected officials' ability to contribute to discussion, introduce ideas. And as every single member of this board of trustees with absolution is of equal authority and no additional powers are granted to either the vice president or president, vice chair or vice chair, that that policy may in and of itself be alter bears exceeding authority.
Okay. Are those all your comments? Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the amended agenda, please say aye. Aye.
I'm,
Nay,
Yeah.
All those opposed, nay.
nay.
No.
Okay. Motion carries. On to approve, excuse me, January 27th, 2026 special meeting minutes. We have some amendments proposed in the packet. So I would make the motion to approve the minutes with the amendments listed in the packet.
I'm second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. Do we have a discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor? Aye.
I'm,
Abstain.
Okay. Four ayes, one abstention. Motion carries. Have the approval of the February 5th regular meeting minutes.
I make a motion, we approve those.
It's a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
The seconds. Any further discussion on these ones? Seeing none. All those in favor?
I'm,
Aye.
You say aye, Donna?
Yeah, I'll say aye.
Okay. Four ayes. Another abstention.
Abstain.
Moving on to February 17th meeting minutes.
make a motion, to approve those.
Motion to approve. We have a second.
Yes, second for discussion.
Do you have a comment, Donna?
Yeah, is this normal procedure to go ahead and leave all these regular minutes that they haven't not been approved yet? I mean, they're over a month old.
Right, yeah.
That's my fault. Can I speak?
Yes, ma'am.
That's my fault. I'm sorry, Donna. I remember we had that special meeting and it just said, well, go to the YouTube channel. And I really wanted people to have something more in writing. So I transcribed it, almost transcribed it, not quite. And then that was too much. So then we just brought it down to a paragraph. The YouTube videos can be hard to watch because the sound, we hear it pretty good, but it's not, it can be muffled. So the reason I don't know why there's 4 on here, but the special meeting that I kind of held that one up.
Yeah, and I apologize for that too. A couple of them got tabled at the last regular meeting. So we have a motion on the floor to approve February 17th regular meeting minutes. Do we have any further discussion, Mr. Service?
So the real issue that we have to make sure never happens again, statutory requirement, the minutes shall be, not maybe, but shall be sent to the newspaper within 5 days of the meeting. They shall be published in the newspaper within 12 days of the meeting. And what I would like to draw attention to, part of why I abstained. February 5th minutes contains the resolution for the TIF district, as well as the related project plan. And that created confusion as to when the publication date was. And that cannot be allowed to happen at all. There are statutory requirements to act within publication timeframes.
Yeah, and I would like to add to that point as well that the approval of the minutes does not necessarily have to proceed the publishing of the minutes. And I mean, it follows that since our meetings are generally 2 weeks from each other, then there would be no way to approve the minutes at the following meeting in order for them to be published within 5 days. So I think there was some confusion at one point that the minutes needed to be approved to be published. And I think that just the timeframes alone don't allow that to happen. And so I know Terry and I had talked about that a little bit. And so she's going to publish the minutes as
Draft. I'm sending them to the paper now as a draft. That's in my draft. Posting them on the website as a draft until they're approved, and then we'll go and change it on the website to the approved minutes. Because I have to live within that 5 days and 14 or the 12 days.
Scott, did you have your
I
hand?
just want to say that I probably contributed to that confusion with my presentation and open meetings, which I stand behind in every other respect. But on that little section, that was something that I had drawn from part of the Attorney General presentation that they put on. I didn't look at it that closely, and then Terry asked me that question as a follow-up, and I checked it again, and I gave her the advice that she should, send the draft minutes that she'd been doing. So that process that you're following is what I would recommend.
All right, thanks, Scott. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
3 ayes, 4 ayes, and 1 abstention. Very good. Moving on to approval of special meeting minutes, February 19th. Motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion, do we have a second? Yes, I'll second. So any discussion on this one? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
4 ayes, 1 abstention. Okay, all the motions carried for the consent calendar. And again, as was mentioned earlier, there'll be roll call voting for any agenda item that may have a conflict of interest. So let's move on to the town and FEMA updates to the town of Hermosa website. Somebody put this one on the agenda.
We were actually confused when we were talking about this as to where this agenda.
You wanted the board to, anything being put on the
Oh.
website. I think that's where that came from.
And that's where that came from. I was gonna bring that up, but yeah,
Yeah.
okay, so that's why it's on
Yeah.
there. Yeah.
So we could do
I have one.
quick
Yeah.
discussion on this.
Do you want a motion first or no?
Well, we don't have an approval or anything listed
No.
on there, so if we wanted to do that on a future agenda, we could add it with the approval on there.
Oh, okay, yeah. So there's two ways that I found, we could have another subcommittee that is for communications. We've talked several times about having a communications person or two on the board. So I hate to bring it up again, but that might be a nice way to have updates to the website approved instead of the whole board having to read all the changes. Or better yet, maybe we could just have the staff do minor changes, and anytime there's a new page or maybe we say a paragraph, then that gets approved through the board. So we have they can have the freedom to make those changes themselves that don't change the meaning of the document. Anyway, so I didn't realize it was coming up on its own bullet, but yeah, that's what I wanted to bring up so that because we've got all these new pages that are getting ready to get published. And I also would like to have a page for finance so the town can see how we're doing on our year budget or where things are coming from. I've had a lot of questions from people who've said, where's this money coming from? How's this getting paid? And so to have something that says this is from the BRIC grant or whatever, kind of a breakdown of that.
Okay. Donna, did you have your hand up?
No, not on this one.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't.
Aaron?
As far as what gets posted on the website, essentially, I think people may be somewhat confused as to the realm of what in this office is private. The staggering majority of what we keep here is public information. Very, very limited exceptions. And there are very, very many things. For example, during Scott's presentation, essentially anything printed out and handed to everybody at the board essentially needs to be added after the fact, which is something we had never done. Now we need to be careful to do our due diligence on that one. I think I wouldn't want us to get ourselves into a position where we're making it harder for the public to have access to information that we're essentially obligated to provide.
Yeah.
And one thing I did consider though, as far as, I don't know if an individual trustee's sort of page would be something that might not be a bad idea. Like this is kind of for each trustee to share their thoughts on different things. I don't know if that's.
Oh, like a blog post?
Kind of, yes, in an official capacity blog post.
Interesting. Well, it would, when I was reading what individual trustee can and should share, like on Facebook, that came up. And I thought, oh, if you're talking public stuff, then that becomes, part of the public realm instead of being a private space. So your idea of a blog would help with that, right? I'm not a blogger, but maybe you are.
Not good to do, really.
Yeah, those are interesting ideas, so
Mhm.
very good. Let's move along to engineer.
Okay.
Oh, Linda, sorry.
Do we have any FEMA updates, Joan? Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks.
All right, thanks, Linda.
Mhm.
Sorry, Joan. So let's move along to engineer A, approve a quote for security
I would
equipment.
like to say something before Anthony gives his speech.
Okay, for a town update.
No, it's not, I thought you were done with that one. Are you done with that one?
Yeah,
Okay. Before Anthony gives his presentation, I would like to say a few things about the money that is going to be spent on these, if they're approved. I know for sure the $5,600 on the lift station down on Ferguson is not necessary. There is nothing wrong with that lift station. It is an operating, it needs to be clean. But also the letter that was sent out, that was in our packet last time, signed by John. John did not know nothing about this letter. He had no idea where the letter come from, and he swears he did not sign this letter.
I have it here.
So
I'll
who
enter
was
it in public
sending
record.
out false information and forging people's names? Because my husband had a long, lengthy talk with John, and he said, I don't even know what this letter is. And he came down and looked at the letter, and he said, I don't know nothing about it.
Yeah, I'm able to have you say something. Okay,
okay.
all right. So I have John on the line. Hey, John.
Yeah. Hey.
So I got you on the phone here. This is John Burke.
Let me talk to him. I'd like to have.
No, hold on a second.
Excuse me, Donna, come on. Let's
So,
get your claim, let's hear the counterclaim, and we can move on.
John, the report we wrote on the Ferguson pump station first couple days we took over. So there was a claim that when Chuck came to visit you,
No, he came to visit Chuck.
okay, so there's a claim that you had nothing to do with writing the letter. Is that the case?
Well, you can kind of research it out, correct?
Yeah, and we put it together. You reviewed it, right?
Yeah.
And then we submitted it to the board.
Right.
Yeah, yep, and I visited on Friday and you visited on Saturday when you came back from White Lake.
Okay,
And
right.
then I came on Sunday.
Yeah, I visited on Saturday when I came from White Lake. That's correct.
Yeah, and then I came on Sunday to check on it, and then you came on Monday, correct?
Right.
And then that's when we investigated the bag on the floats and we were able to get it to work.
Right.
Okay.
So did you say you didn't do that or not? Did you lie to Chuck about it?
See, when Chuck called you, he's come up with some kind of story regarding this.
Excuse me.
You and I,
Let's just move on from this.
yeah, we'll move on from that, but just, John, you can be on standby if we have any other questions.
Okay.
We have a copy.
So I guess I didn't narrate the letter. I helped research the stuff and things like that.
Okay.
Sign it.
Yeah, we need to have this become a board discussion.
But your name is on it and you reviewed it before we submitted it, right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on. John, I think the main question is here,
Issue.
John, the main question is here, did you sign it? Because they're alleging that the signature was forged.
There's no signature. Where's
There is.
where's their signature?
Can I see the letter?
Can we have a signature?
When I get a chance to
There's no
speak.
signature.
Can I see the letter, please? It was alleged that
Yeah,
there was
it's
a
right here.
signature on
There's
this.
no
John,
signature.
John Burkhardt. No, there's no signature.
No
Okay.
signature.
Okay,
There's no signature because there's no report.
so we got that cleared.
Yeah, okay.
We do have, let's have a brief discussion on this, and then let's move on to engineer A.
Okay.
So,
Thanks, John.
Mr. Service, did you have any question or comment?
I think that was handled in a very interesting fashion. The nature of the question should be, did John Burkhardt draft and send this letter? It says from John Burkhardt, certified operator. My understanding now is that he may have assisted in its drafting. There are photographs. I would be curious if he was involved in any way in collection of these photographs. I would be concerned how much of this data was collected with our certified operator on site, as apparently according to a recent meeting, it's trespassing for anyone who's not a certified operator to.
Not approved by the
be on
certified
site.
operator. Excuse me.
Just find it concerning.
Okay. Scott, did you I saw your hand up there.
I just wanted the question to be directly asked, if he read the letter before he signed, before he approved it. That was the main question I wanted to make sure it was clear for the record, so I'm not sure if we got that clear question, but that's the main one, I want to make sure we avoid that.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's see. Ali Styling, did you have another question you wanted to
Oh,
ask?
you want to ask him?
Yeah, I can, there's a little way we can maybe get a little more clarity on there. I believe there's an email chain of the origin of this document. I'd be curious to know if it was originated from John or elsewhere.
Okay, so the topic are we talking about 6A or what are we doing?
No, I mean,
Not there yet.
this can be, I think we're spending a lot of time on this, so if we need to look into this further, we can put this on a future agenda, but.
So I can give context
Right.
and then we can, that way people know what's going on, right?
Oh, okay.
So on Thursday, was the first day that we were stepping in to take on operations, right? John was in White Lake visiting family. He had a family emergency, right? So he asked me to step in and make sure that Ferguson, because when we walked up to Ferguson Pump Station, it was completely full. It was like 6 feet from the surface. Okay. And so in the report that I wrote, right, I indicate how there's the extent of the flooding within the sewer system, right, when it's backed up, right? That's it. So that comes from Silversmith, so we can see the elevations and we can dictate. The pump station wasn't kicking on by itself. It would shut off by itself. So once you would cycle, then what would happen is the pump station would draw down, the second pump would kick on, it would draw down, and then there was one float we could then see that was loose, and the rest of the floats were all kind of like trapped either in a bag or debris or what have you, right? And so that was not good because it's not kicking on by itself. It's not seeing the high level to then kick down, right? And so that caused us to have to make sure that, every day that we're not having a situation where it's backing up could cause a problem of an overflow, right? Right, like day one, right? So we obviously didn't have anything to do with the condition of it up until that point. But we're dealing with something that is serious in nature. So John was coming back Saturday, right? In all those times, in all these things, we were in direct communication. So I was helping him. We're colleagues, we're coworkers. I was helping him when he was out of town until he got back on Saturday, right? And then we wanted to write a report to the board to let you guys know what's going on, all right? That's it. So John was a part of formulating what we came up with. That's why he said, I helped come up with what we put into the letter. It's from him, right? Which is fine. I got email proof that he was a part of that and that he saw the letter before I sent it for him to the board, right? So that everybody could see it. I don't think that there's anything big about that to talk about. The $5,600 that's in the quotation here, it has nothing to do with the station itself. It has to do with the utility pole, the utility.
But let's just,
Stands up.
we spent enough time on this.
We can go over that when it gets to it.
So let's go ahead and move along to 6A. I see you guys' hands up there, but I mean, this has gone on long enough, I think. So let's go ahead. I'll make the motion to approve quote for security equipment for water and wastewater facilities. Black Hills Technologies LLC, $5,568. Do I have a second?
I second.
Yes, sir.
Need security.
Okay, so item 6A. Somebody speaking here.
I had a question, we will get around to that.
That's my base.
Okay.
Just wanna-
So do we have any further discussion or any discussion on this one? Mr. Service?
So it is Black Hills Technology LLC. This company, I do believe, is owned and operated by John Burkhardt, who is also our water and sewer operator, who's also an employee of ATAC, who is owned by our engineer. So it does seem to be the case that this, once again, removes the town from any oversight or involvement with an aspect of our property. I find it very concerning. I assume that if we were to do this appropriately, these camera feeds would be monitored and managed by office staff or an officer, not an independent party. It just seems very, very odd to trust our security and the construction and the operation and the inspections all to one entity.
There's been a lot of odd things going on lately. Any further discussion? I think we're just gonna entertain board discussion for both of these here. Mr. Service?
Additionally, when we were looking at, possibly a trailer to assist with streets, a point was made that we need to shop around before we make purchases, and that purchase was $5,000. This is a purchase of $5,560. So I think it would be, a breach of precedent and good practice to approve this until we, shop around, as they say.
Okay, thank you for your comment. One comment I would make in response to that is the nature of I guess the emergency nature of the equipment is such that we need to get it purchased and installed as soon as we can so that we can maintain our security posture, or actually increase our security posture for our critical infrastructure. So any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Nay.
I,
Aye.
Aye.
3 ayes, 2 nays. Motion carries. Okay, approved budget of 5,600 for utility for Ferguson Lift Station Utility Services rack.
So this is what we were kind of starting out at. And
I'll go ahead and make the motion.
Oh, sorry.
second,
I have a comment.
Okay, let's hear the presentation first, and then Donna can comment.
I mean, there's not much to this, request. It's, there's 2 wooden poles that stick up right at the pump station. And, you know, obviously when we were there in the beginning, we were there every day. We saw that it was just kind of just braced there, and what we learned that it had fallen down in a windstorm and was just sort of temporarily put back in place. And so, we need to be able to have those controls secured on a stable, wind rated, utility rack so that they're not falling off. And then, of course, now we got tens of thousands of dollars in cost in the replacement control panel. That control panel is old, and we want to try to get as much life out of it as we can. And so I think securing the utility rack so that doesn't fall over again, and, you know, we lose those controls and we got to get new ones is a small thing to do. Also, that station monitors all Ferguson subs. So Ferguson subs, the focus of an infiltration and inflow study for the sewer system as a part of our FEMA grant. And so we want to be able to mount a meter to that so that we can monitor the flows to the from the sub. What we'll do is and this is what you'll have to give me guidance on is, am I getting 3 quotes? How am I procuring this? Because this is just establishing the budget, right? And so this is based on my estimate. I kind of put a quick one together. I also have like a quick design. It's pretty, you know, to the point and succinct. And there's a bill of materials. And so we just want to have that repaired so that we don't have, you know, any issues with that station. We can get as much life as possible out of it. You know, we're not trying to find things to spend money on. We're trying to keep things going. So, you know, it's kind of a minimum.
All right, thank you. Donna, did you have a comment?
Yes, I do. When Chuck talked to John, John came down and they went to the lift station and Chuck explained to John how the lift station operated. And after that, John says, now I understand how it operates. But I also would like to know, did you get permission to drive on the private property while you were accessing this?
Okay, all right, thank you. Linda?
Okay, so I see where the bill of $5,600 for a few wooden posts and securing is a little obnoxious. So when you're saying 5,600, are you including the meter that you want there? Okay, so I guess I would need to see
We had the breakdown.
the breakdowns better
Yeah,
than,
here's the proposed plans with the proposed estimated bill of materials.
okay.
Okay, while she's reading that, Mr. Service, did you have a comment or question?
Yeah, I do have some historical context on this particular lift station. This, I'm gonna go back in time a bit. This must have been probably somewhere in the neighborhood of a year ago. The Chucks, as we call them, our beloved Chucks, asked me to come out there because they were changing out a pump station, and it's a bear of a task. They got to bring the excavator out there and let it chain it up. But I remember asking them, why is it like this? Why is it like this? And for the longest time, they would ask to get the funds they need to fix things, and they were rejected. It seemed like quite the interesting change of pace to go from rejecting our reliable public works department of 50 years to a very immediate approval on request of funds from another provider.
Okay, well, I mean, it's obvious to anybody that drives by that it's kind of just temporarily being held up by a 2x6 right now. So what we're looking at doing with this is, you know, fixing it for the long haul, as he said, so we can get the most life that we can out of the current controls that are there. Linda?
2 cameras are listed on here. Where are the cameras going?
So one will face the discharge manhole, because there's no fence. So you have 2 options, right? You can fence the easement, the utility easement, or you can put cameras on the 2 structures that are above ground. And so the one camera points at the structure that's where it discharges, and then the other one points back at the utility pole. So they point at each other,
Okay, gotcha.
and that's pretty inexpensive.
Linda, then Scott.
So what would ladies or gentlemen or whoever, please, you're distracting me when I'm trying to speak. Thank you. How much, and is it possible to put a fence around that? And I'm not saying it doesn't need cameras, maybe also, but it seems to me like if we're talking security, maybe we need to talk about fencing it too. I'm just a thought here. So, I have read and see the numbers here. It doesn't seem to explain, I mean, it is explained well, so pass those back, please.
Okay, thank you. Scott?
So just 2 things. One, if the documents getting circulated by the board, we do need to make a copy available to the public at the same time. So I don't think that's part of the packet, right?
Yeah.
So one thing I will advise is there's prices on it. So if you guys are going to tell me to bid it,
Needed to be an executive session, then. Right, if it's not an executive session and circulated by the board, it's a public document.
So they're going to do your breakout.
Okay.
So that kind of goes back to basically everything.
So that's the first thing I wanted to say. The other question I had was, do we have an actual easement with the owner, you said?
So there's likely a recorded easement. If it's not, it's prescriptive.
Okay. I would doubt that the easement that we have covers, do these cameras, are they gonna point on part of their property?
Yes.
No, they point at each other.
What I'm saying is, does the range of the camera lens, will it cover activity on the private property?
Yes.
Probably.
Because just my concern would be that our easement should probably be updated to reflect that to the owner. We could be accused of invasion of privacy of the owner.
With the cameras, I see.
Right. Yeah, so
Okay, so you want to have cameras that point straight down?
I just want to ask the owner's permission and get that as part of the easement, to say, hey, it's okay that we put these cameras here on your private property. If the easement doesn't already reflect that, the easement just says, hey, we have the ability to put a utility here, and that's all it says, that's ordinary easement, utility, no big deal. But putting cameras on a utility is a whole different thing, because you're potentially viewing part of their private activity. So, that's my recommendation to the board.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, further discussion, Linda?
So that being said, I think that we should, leave this pending or table it or whatever, till we can talk to the property owners and make sure that a camera is all right, or make sure the fence is all right. We need to find the exact document that says what we do have as a,
I would say that the project itself is fine to go forward with, as long as we kind of hang on to the camera aspect until we know that. So, I mean, if you wanted to do the structural reinforcement part of it, or whatever else you're doing,
Mhm.
I think that's completely contained within the topic of easement. It's very likely, I mean, I haven't reviewed this easement, but I'm guessing that it is. But that cameras, that's just a totally different rate figure. I think we need to, but again, I think you can start the project and do that without
Okay.
doing the camera stage, so you can maybe resolve that in sort of 2 steps.
Okay.
So maybe
Thank you.
Casey's able to keep busy with it.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Scott.
Doesn't fall over.
Right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, thanks, Scott. Any further discussion on this one?
So I'd like to make that amendment, because didn't we have a
Yeah,
motion?
we do have a motion on the floor. We can, so,
I think you have another comment on that end.
right, I think what I'm gonna do is limit the public discussion to the items from constituents, so we can try and get through this meeting quickly. So what was your amendment that you like to propose?
My amendment is based off what the lawyer said. It is to approve the amount to structurally strengthen the Ferguson Light Station with the recommendations for wind, like it says, and to exclude the camera costs from the
Bill of sale, or
Bill,
the,
yeah,
sorry, bill of
the-
materials.
material. Thank you. That's the word.
I'll second that amendment.
Okay. So, I mean, the amendment is to exclude the cost of the cameras, but
Yeah.
I think, in my opinion, that we should include them, but follow Mr. James's advice and resolve that issue before the cameras go up. So I'll have to vote no on this amendment.
Okay.
Do we have any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
I abstain. We have 1 aye.
2 ayes.
Oh, you are an aye?
Mm-hmm.
2 ayes. And 2 nays, and 1 abstention, so motion fails.
Mhm.
So we're back to the original motion to approve, including the cameras. And so, do we have any further discussion on that one? Anthony?
So we don't really stipulate the installation procedures. I think we should follow the guidance of our legal counsel on how that's done. Never really got to that level of detail, so that's good to make sure that we do it right. We didn't really say how they do it, so we didn't even say who would do it.
Right.
We're just establishing a budget.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
I'll say aye with all of the discussion that happened.
Yeah, I think we're gonna limit public discussion to the end of the meeting. So I said that earlier, there's a lot of people in here, and if we have a lot of discussion with everybody on every agenda item, we're gonna be here all night, so. Anyway, we're in the middle of a vote right now, so let's start over then. All those in favor? Aye.
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 3 ayes. Is that it?
Nay.
1 nay. 3 ayes, 1 nay, 2 nays, 1 abstention. Okay, motion carries. So item C, approve proposal from ECT, media unloading at site and secure dry media storage upon delivery for a total of 24,400. I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve. We have a second.
I'll second for discussion.
Second for discussion. Okay. Anthony, would you like to introduce this, please?
So this is part of our drinking water state revolving fund loan. So we needed to get pre-approval from the DANR. Where we're at with our drinking water system is that we have an approved loan from 2022 from the SRF. It's a 1.75% interest rate. We're probably the last ones to utilize that fiscal year's funding. They want to see that. Those projects gone. You know, they don't want to be dealing with something that's 3-4 years old. So they want to be able to charge 3.5%. So obviously they want to see that wrapped up. We've already done all the environmental last year. The findings of no significant impact was issued. We got our permit for our Madison well. So we've got that approved. We got from the water rights department to all the documents, the plans were approved. But this is for our treatment system on top of the hill that takes radium out. And so the reason that this is on here as a pre-purchase is because this has a 6+ month lead time if we don't act. Because ion exchange resin is something that's manufactured for a purpose. Now, what has been confirmed by the manufacturer of Leewit, that item 1, Leewit, is that this is a readily, and I have a letter, it's a readily off-the-shelf media that can be used in any manufacturer's vessels. ECT2 is one of the manufacturers of vessels, so that way we ensure that a manufacturer that we're working through that vendor, so that way we can get the guarantees necessary. Now, we have to bid what's called a sealed bid for the manufacturers of these very unique water treatment systems, right? They remove radium. So the concern is that in our 2 wells that we have one that's operational at Battle Creek and we have one that's down. And the one that's down is because there's a higher level of radium that is allowed. And it's naturally occurring. So it's just a part of the geology of that aquifer. The Madison well goes into the Madison aquifer, which is twice as deep. So that the depth and the different confined aquifer protects it from having radium contamination. So that's why our goals of the water state revolving fund loan is to solidify our sources for the future of the town, right? So we have 2 into an aquifer that has the potential of radium levels, which this media will remove. And then there's the Madison, which doesn't have that, and it's much deeper. So you have then redundancy in your water source. If you had a problem with one well pump, and it takes us a week to a week and a half just to get somebody out here with a derrick to pull the pumps, we have other water sources. And this is all things that we've worked out with HEMA and with the state to make sure that we're safe. Like if this happens, we do this, right? We have redundancy, we have safety. So getting the media will then allow the next step, which is the DANR allows us to bid the manufacturer. And so then the media is already pre-purchased and we're able to provide it to the manufacturers so that they can put the media in the vessels. And if it's ECT2 or if it's WRT or WRT is a manufacturer. So if it's WRT or ECT2 or whoever does ion exchange, they can use this media. Well, this will be specified in my project manual. So that's the gist of it. So this gets put into the drinking water loan. Terry will be able to then draw from our loan to put the money back into the town's account. And then that gets drawn out over a 30-year period at 1%.
But right now, we don't have that loan. We haven't closed on that loan yet. So if
Yeah.
you buy this, it's coming out of your cash. That's, I just want to make you know that. I mean, eventually we'll get to refund it, but right now, it's not budgeted. We don't have the funds. It's coming out of your cash.
Okay. Mr. Servers?
Does not believe, doesn't seem like there's any immediate use of this. Is this essentially some sort of stockpiling of materials? We're not going to be putting this to use until,
This is the media for the vessels that we'll put on top of the Southern Hill in the building.
right, when should we expect to have those vessels?
So we have the project manual inspect to the DANR, so they approve those, and then they'll let us go out to bid. I've already got advertisements prepared to go in the newspaper. So as soon as they let us, and they technically have 30 days, but they've already done probably 80% of the review. So they've told me that what they wanted, the last thing they wanted was they've changed the way that the structure of the project manuals. They wanted to follow something called the EJCDC. And so I've had to rewrite those project manuals to meet the EJCDC's arrangement of the contracts, so that they'll allow that to go out to bid. That's the only thing left that's remaining. All technical reviews done.
So the point I was trying to get to though is we're ordering this, but we don't have an immediate use for it. When, that's what I'm getting at. We're going to order this, put it in dry storage. When will it be utilized? I need a specific time frame.
So so the manufacturers of the vessels probably take about 60 days to deliver, right? Roughly. If you pre-purchase the media, it will arrive at the same time. If you don't pre-purchase it and you wait, then we'll have the vessels empty, unable to use for an extra 4 or 5 months. Now, this will help us to ask the DANR to close on that loan because we're starting to draw from the funds, and we have a letter pre-approving this purchase to be included in the DWSRF from the state. So we didn't want to do that without that confirmation in writing, right? So.
Okay, thank you. Donna?
Well, I kind of am with Terry. I know Terry does not feel comfortable in doing this right now. And it is the town's money that's going out. And, you know, Terry doesn't feel comfortable with it right now, and I am right along with her. I do not feel comfortable awarding this.
I guess I'm just wondering when we're gonna close on it. How long is it gonna be before we're gonna be able to get reimbursed? Because we can't continue to spend and not have funds coming in. That's from a financial point of
Sure.
where I'm looking at.
Sure.
It's like, you know, we do a budget, we try to stay within that.
Absolutely.
This isn't anywhere in there.
Right.
That's my only concern.
So what we need to do is then we need to get with the Black Hills Local Council of Governments
To get the
and
get the loan.
say, we want to move forward this pre-purchase. We can share with them the letter from the state, the DANR saying that this has been approved for pre-purchase.
I guess what letter is that?
From Suzanne McKinley.
From Suzanne.
Yeah. So I'll make sure, I thought you were copying on, but I'll make sure. But, because I understand what you're saying, and that's absolutely valid.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, you know, and I don't want any daylight between that closing and purchasing money, or expenditure money either. What would be the value of that? So we can get Black Hills Council to kind of help us to get that process in the works, given that we've got an item that's approved,
Right.
because that kind of initiates
That would-
the closing. And then, we'll get the well will be the first one out the gate, because they said that within 7 days of me returning the project manual back, that they'll be able to have that. So that should be by the end of next week. So then those two will be back to back, and then that should be enough for them to do closing. And then by that time, they'll have approved the vessel.
We have to
project
do,
manual.
don't we have to figure out what the surcharge is gonna be to cover the loan? I mean,
That's
that's
part of the
part of
closing.
it, isn't it?
Yeah, that's part of the closing. So, but we have project estimate. We already have the dollar.
So
Hold on, Aaron and Linda.
Just trying to make sure I'm picking up what was being put down. So we're going to make this purchase and then kind of do, we purchased stuff with money. Now we really need you to close on the loan. And the last note is that, this is going to contribute to increased water charges via surcharge, increased utility charges via an additional surcharge on our billing. Just want to make sure that I'm hearing all that correctly.
Yeah, I mean, this was decisions made in 2022, right? When we accepted the loan, right? So, and, you know, we had to figure out how to leverage funds that were free, such as the $500,000 water tank that's on the top of the North Hill. That was completely free from the Custer County ARPA grant. So
Excuse me, just continue, Anthony.
So, so anyway, I guess we turned into money, right? But, so that is, the reason why this process is the way it is, because what was eligible, what was ineligible was all laid out in 2022 in the scope, right? And then we were confined to that scope. So,
So, I mean, to me, it seems like the prudent thing to do would be to do maybe one of two options. We can either table this to the next regular meeting, or we can approve contingent upon the closing of the DWSRF loan. So, I guess I'll go ahead and make the motion to amend this motion to approve the proposal contingent upon the closing of the DWSRF loan. Is there a second to that amendment? Okay, no second, motion fails for lack of second. Linda, did you
Yeah,
have a
I did.
alternative?
Well, I wanted to make a comment. We absolutely need that WRT system.
Yeah.
Absolutely, positively need it. It helps every one of you sitting in this room that receives our water. It's the radium in our water that is not healthy. Even the state says it's not healthy. It's too high in radium. And although we're not using that well right now, we need to be able to use that well. And this project has been looked at for years and years and years and approved a long time ago. And so for that reason, I believe this project has to move forward no matter what. I mean, I don't think any of you want to run out of water or have radium in your water, and that bottom well that we're using now has had radium in the past, which is why the second well was drilled in the first place. So we need this system. So on that count, however, whatever it takes to make this pass needs to happen. And so,
So I guess to your point, let's look at the different scenarios, right? So let's say there's some kind of hiccup or some kind of scenario that we don't have the DWSRF, the state's loan to fund this. Well, we still need it. This is the point that you're making.
yes,
And it's not $1 million, right? It's in the 100,000-ish range, 150. So it's not of the massive nature of, you know, a big state loan. And it would, if you were in a pickle, that's the only thing you could do to the water system was one thing. It would be that you put this treatment system in on the top of the hill. Everything's already piped. The building's already there. They come in, they put the vessels in, already got a drawing that shows that with a T flanged out for future for the other well. And you could kick that well on. And now you have 2 wells. So if you had something go down with that other well, you have the other well ready to go. And so this is the only thing that would hold us back from acting quick in that regard. So to her point, that's true.
Because otherwise, if that well goes down, we're out of water for 4 months or more. If we don't have the supply.
We got water in the tank.
Yeah.
So not to like make everybody freak out. We have, you know, 500,000 gallons of water on reserve. It'll, you know, and so then we try to keep those levels. Obviously, that's something that's a part of our operations too, is to make sure that the levels aren't dropping too low.
Yeah.
And then we lose the pumps at that point.
That's our emergency fund.
Thanksgiving, I had that happen in another community, and it wasn't the day before Thanksgiving. It took me a week to get a guy to pull the pumps. So I'm just, that doomsday kind of scenario is in my mind in terms of that's, the clock starts ticking when our well goes down. We've got that much water in the tanks, and I gotta get the well back going before we run out. So that's the issue.
And that's what we're paid for.
So on your point there, we would not absolutely be out of water because the state will allow us to pump the wells that have the radium in it, and they could at least be used for flushing and so on and so forth. Recommendation would not be to drink much of it, but we would not be out of water. So, you know, just let's say that right off the top. But it's still, it's just, this is the thing to do to make us all safe with our water, is this WRT system, and it needs these things. And because I believe that it's gonna happen one way or another, I don't think using this money, even if it's 6 months in advance, I don't think the town will go broke. Am I correct on that, Terry?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we're spending money before we have it.
Yes,
That's
yes,
not a good, that's just not a good practice to get in.
Uh,
You know, we make a budget for a reason.
yes,
And that's-
I
that's
understand.
My only.
I understand that. I just want to make sure that,
Well, right now, we got money, but.
okay, all right.
We're spending it. I mean, I don't know.
I think the question is, what is, you know, we have reserve policies in our budgets. And those reserve policies are for emergencies.
Mhm.
And so obviously, if we had a situation where we needed to figure out how to fund it, we'd be dipping into the reserve policy until we replace it with a loan, right? Be it the SRF loan or a bond, right? I mean, it's a bond. So.
Okay, Mr. Service.
So I think we're going to table this until the next meeting, given that there seems to be a lot of.
I would prefer not to table it. I would make a motion to,
I think there's
There
already
is a
a
motion on the floor.
okay, read that please again.
There's a motion to approve the proposal for the 24-4.
Would you like to make a motion to amend?
Yes.
Okay. What would your amendment be?
What Trina said before, I'm sorry, I should have seconded that motion.
Oh, he said.
Oh, you said, sorry.
So you would like to remake the motion that I made earlier, which would be to approve contingent upon the closing of the DWSRF loan, from which the funds can be drawn.
I think that's the smart thing to do, yes, I do. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I didn't second it in the first place.
Well, you know, if we needed to have more discussion, then that's what we needed to do. So there's a motion to amend on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
30 seconds. Okay, do we have any discussion on the motion to amend? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. 5 ayes, motion carries. Okay, back to the original motion. You take my note here real quick, please. Okay, thank you. So the original motion is to approve the proposal, contingent upon the BWSRF loan closing. So do we have any further discussion on the new original motion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 5 ayes, motion carries. Thank you. So on to 7A, notification of public meeting. And I believe that is a packet item that Trina submitted. Trina, would you like to discuss that?
I'm sorry, I didn't have it open for a second.
And I would like to mention too that we do have a disclaimer at the back of the proposal for the ECT2 media, saying that it's proprietary and confidential.
Thanks for pointing that out.
Sorry, I didn't do that earlier. On to back on to 7A.
I had said that I would write up a procedure for notification of public meetings, specifically for development, but in the previous meeting, and so I don't know Terry's standard format necessarily, but the main thing I wanted to add was that notice is hereby given that the planning commission / board of the town of Hermosa will hold a public hearing on and give that information. And then at the bottom, where it's underlined in the packet, if you have it, written questions, comments, and concerns may be submitted prior to the meeting by email to the staff, whoever that is, or whichever email Terry decides, her own or the admin assistant, or just so that the public has an email in the newspaper announcement that they can say, here's where I send these questions. Not that it's not to exclude sending them to board members, but if it goes to Terry, she can disperse it to the whole board. She can disperse it to whoever's managing that public meeting. As a side note, I'm going to follow this up with the request that we change our policy from a 10-day notice to a 14-day notice. That's beside the point, but I threw it in there. So that's my proposal to make sure that those things are in public.
And I just want to say one thing, so that probably, what you were referring to, that was created by Neil. I didn't do that.
Oh, well, good.
Neil created it, so I don't think we have like a policy how to do that, but he created that, so.
Well, and I talked
And
to.
you talked to him and he thought that was a great idea, so.
Perfect.
So, anyway.
Yay, win-win.
Okay, thank you, Terry. Linda, did you have your hand up?
No.
Yes, sir.
Trina, when you put into publication of this notice, are you referring to publication like in the paper or just to the public?
No, in the paper. Yeah.
This is for,
And I was only recommending really the underlined parts, this and that.
okay.
The rest is just for where it would
Because
fit in.
this is for use for whatever the planning commission meets.
Yeah, well, public meetings.
Yeah, 'cause I don't think you have to publish in the paper for just a regular planning commission meeting.
No.
This would be like for a public hearing.
Public
Okay,
hearing.
okay, just for public hearing, okay, that's what I was sure, okay.
I just felt like the last one that we had, that it would have been nice for the public to have.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so moving right along to 7C, approved building permit parcel 009325. We do have a staff report in the packet along with a copy of the building permits. looks like some plans for the house.
You need,
Is that Neil?
yeah,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yep,
We're good? Okay. Page 29 of your package, you'll see the staff report is there. And what it is, basically, this owner is wishing to present, to put a governor's house on this property at 360 Whitney Street. And I put a note in there on the recommendations, and I'll just read the recommendations. The recommendations will change it, the requirement for water access as stated in the requirements. And then I would recommend approval for continuous sewer access as stated in the requirements. Structure in the garage to comply with building fire codes. So, other than that, it appears according to the site plan that he presented, that it meets all the setbacks and so forth. And he has a pretty extensive building permit. There's a building permit information there for you, as well as site plan there for your payload. Other than that, we recommend approval of that based off those requirements.
Okay, Trina has a question for Neil, I think.
Yeah, is this property in the floodway or the floodplain? Neither?
Neither.
Oh,
No.
perfect. Great.
It's on Whitney Street, I believe.
Yeah.
it's on the western part of Whitney, so,
Oh,
it's only the,
Google lied to me.
oh, well, you know. Sorry, computers.
Good. Good.
And so I would like to point out too, I guess I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve, contingent upon that the requirements are met. So do we have a second?
Okay.
A second. Donna, did you have a?
Well, the contractor thing is the one that done all of them out there on Monday Street.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
is this the lot next to the newest home down there, or next to, isn't there two lots?
Between the new house that was built, it's the two lots to the west.
Two lots.
Oh, it's two lots together. Okay.
Yeah, but they're in two different houses on.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to point out too, in the requirements, that the approval of the permit shall be contingent upon an agreement to special assess the lot for upgrades needed to accept the private pump station on Whitney Street into the town system. The current owner owns a station and force main which serves two houses. The board shall require the third user to be on a town-owned system. And so this would, I believe, Anthony, would you like to comment on what exactly that means? So.
Yes, I mean, this is kind of like a long subject that's been going on for years. So pump station got built without any pre-approval from DANR. When I came on board, that was the case. It was, 2023. So I did an as-built of the pump station. The board asked me to at the time. Pump station had deficiencies. When I submitted it to DANR, they gave me back a bunch of comments. And I said, it's not my design, it's an as-built. Everything was marked as-built. So I worked through their comments. We produced a set of plans that would give an estimated cost to the landowner. And then that's where it rests. There was a project manual that goes with it that is all would have been left. But as soon as you would do that, then they would want to know when it's being done. Schedule, the clock would then start ticking. When is that happening, right? And so, but also there's costs associated with it, and the board only instructed me to take it so far, which is to take it to the point of what would it take to accept it into the town system, and then put that on the owner of the property so that they could make those proper adjustments. And we're talking an additional manhole structure, some improvements to the pumps to meet the specs DNR wanted, and the way that it enters in our system. So real, not like, wow, you got to pull the whole thing out and start over, right? So it wasn't that level of drastic, but it needed to be beefed up, improved. So that's where it rests. And so, I mean, you had one person on it at the time, and you still only have one person living on it. You have a new house that was built that connected to it. It's for sale down on, so that nobody's living there yet. So it's really at that point where if you're going to continue, it needs to get brought into the town system so that there's some stability for these people that will be buying those houses. I mean, they're going to go there coming in assuming everything's hunky dory and normal, and it's an irregular situation. So.
And where did the requirement for the third user to be on a town-owned system and that we needed to upgrade it in order to accommodate the third user?
But it's a public pump station at that point. I mean, it's really a public pump station after one. So.
Okay, so this is something that we need to address at some point, and doing it while we're getting people in and building is a good time to do it.
Yeah, we thought that was a good happy medium, Neil and I, because we don't want to hold up people from selling the property and, doing things with it. But at the same time, there just needs to be assurances in place that when those people come into those houses, they pay big, good money for them, that they have the utilities they thought they would have. That's sort of what and that's not, every municipality does that. Every county does that. Like they put that in place, and we did that with the water system for that. We made it a requirement that there was a letter, irrevocable letter of credit or a bond to put that water system, to allow that to go into continue the building process, right? To get that second home, right? That's what needed to be done. And so that water system got put in, so there's precedence. That got put in just without a special assessment. It was just at the cost of the property owner. And then now we don't have that as an issue, right? That's a part of our water system. We pressure tested it, accepted it into the town's water system. So that's what we're asking to do with the sewer system as well, because then there is no ambiguity about who's taking care of it, who's paying for it if it collapses. It'll just fall back on the town to rescue it if that isn't done,
Okay, thank you. Donna, I saw your hand up earlier.
Well, yeah, it is a private lift station as of right now. And we are very happy that those lots have sold. And because of it, we will be redoing the lift station so that it's up to standards. And I think you guys all know that. I mean, that is not the way we operate.
Okay. So in Linda,
This is just a bookkeeping technical part, but on page 35, numbers you should know. It says Public Works, Chuck Ferguson. And these things just need to be updated. Okay, thank you.
all right, thank you. So in light of the new information, seems like we need to change the contingency such that we approve the building permit contingent upon the new lift station going in and I guess passing all the specs that we have for DANR. Anthony, could you comment on that or?
Yeah, I mean, they got an open file. And Chuck's very familiar with Neil Conda and has worked with him in the past at DANR. So it would just be a matter of completing that and getting a certificate of approval from the DANR for the station. And then we can take it on. I mean, then it's ours and we have to deal with it for its lifetime, just like everything else.
Okay. Linda?
We can also put a contingent, on this being done, that until it is done, that there will be no occupancies, certificates granted until that is
I think
done.
you need to give us a time frame though. Can't do it just, I mean,
Well,
are you gonna say if somebody moves in Todd's house right tomorrow that it has to be done or, you know?
that house is not the one that's on the permit. With this
That one's
permit,
probably gonna sell before any, the rest of them will.
so it can sell, it has sewer right now. It has water, it has what it needs.
Yes.
I'm just saying that when this home gets built, that at that time, it cannot be occupied until that lift station is
Okay,
taken
so
care
you're
of.
not agreeing.
I'm not
Okay.
talking
All
about
right.
the one that's already built.
Fine, clear that up.
Okay. Thanks for the clarity on that.
Mhm.
So if we wanted to move in that direction, then we would either need to vote and let this motion fail, or we can amend the current motion on the floor to, such that, guess I'll go ahead and make the amendment.
Thank you.
Motion. So amend the original motion on the floor where it's, instead of being contingent upon the requirements mentioned specifically in the staff report with specific reference to the special assessment, that this building permit will be approved contingent upon the lift station being upgraded and certified by the ANR. Is that a, Anthony, in your opinion, is that a,
Yeah,
this
I mean,
from DANR should be the standard that we need to.
Yeah, I think so. That would give us the necessary coverage.
Okay, thank you for that. So I have the motion to amend on the floor. Do we have a second?
Yes.
Seconds. Okay, any further discussion on or any discussion on the amendment to the original motion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so I think we had 4 ayes and an abstention. Okay, very good. Motion to amend carries. So, do we have any further discussion on the updated original motion? Okay, all those in favor of the approval of the building permit as amended? Aye.
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 Okay, 4 ayes. I'm going to go with 4 ayes and an abstention again.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Alrighty, now on to 7D, extraterritorial land use violation on parcel 010619, the Hermosa, I think it's supposed to be Mud Bog. So, we know who put this one on the agenda, Mr. Service?
Yeah, I can go and introduce. This is something that's been kicking around in the area. A lot of attention at the Custer Chronicle, attention at the commissioners' meetings, but that apparently didn't reach satisfactory results. So group of citizens kind of pushed to me that this extraterritorial agreement does have language indicating for adjacent and contiguous properties that land use and zoning are subject to town ordinance. Land use zoning requests shall be submitted to and approved by the town. And this is for all adjacent and contiguous properties. And it does turn out that this property is adjacent and contiguous. And there's this notice from DANR that there's a 45-day to move, but my concern is the public safety. There's additional documents. Riley, if you can minimize the video system. And there's that folder there. There's some photographs for people who are not familiar with what it is that's going on. Yeah, that's essentially it. Not really entirely certain when this started. Beyond that, there's, some documents that, were given to me involving the nature of what that company's permits are. And to kind of give you an idea of what may be in the storage file is, you see here, there's a permit. Yeah, the permits. Try that one. That lists what can be in there, but it includes things like, animal carcasses, mentions of infectious disease-bearing carcasses, something along the lines, but that's definitely more Scott's territory. But, I think as far as this goes, this is one of those things that we should just forward to the attorney for review, whether or not the town really even has anything that we need to do. Regards to this, whether it does fall under our authority as the, through the extraterritorial and our ordinances, section 155. There are no freight transfers of any kind that can take place on any residential property. And that's classified as residential under the county. So there doesn't seem to be any pathway for that to be occurring and being adjacent and contiguous. So yeah, I guess the simple thing is motion to direct the attorney to determine jurisdiction of the land use and take appropriate actions to resolve or, if necessary, penalize.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, Linda seconds.
Okay.
I saw Scott's hand up, Linda's, and then Tracy's.
Yeah, so, I did do a little bit of digging on this, just as far as the ordinances and the authority went, just because I figured it was coming up, I needed to kind of have a answer for this. So I do think the board has authority to look at this under the extraterritorial agreement and within the zoning, rules that you have. I don't have any authority as town attorney to prosecute violations of the zoning code. That's something that you would have, I mean, any duties like that, and what your ordinance actually says, is that basically you can direct who shall be the officer to enforce these things. And you can set who that individual should be. Doesn't have to be me, could be a police officer, could be a code enforcement officer, could be whoever. And then those people would then investigate the violation. They would then notify the landowner, and, you know, if you want, again, the process is you would have to, again, send a notice to that landowner and then set a hearing, right? And then at the hearing, then the board would listen to the evidence about the violation. The landowner will be able to present any information, a defense to it if they have a defense to it. And then the board would decide if a violation had occurred. If the board decided a violation occurred, you can find, under the code, you can find the individual for $500 fine, and even up to per day if there's a, you know, continued noncompliance. And then that individual also, if they lose the board decision, they can appeal that to the circuit court as well to have that argued there. So that's kind of the due process. Anytime you are going to penalize someone, you have to have due process, and that's the due process they would get. I did look at the code, and there's a couple of questions. I did see the, I think it's 155.60, that's about storage of trailers and commercial vehicles. And I don't know, this is the mud bog, you know, it's been there for a long time. I'm presuming there's some non-conforming use that was granted to it a long time ago. I don't know what the nature of the non-conforming use was. So I would certainly want to know that, you know what kind of non-conforming use was granted to it in the past. And clearly, it's not a residence, it's not operated as a residence, it hasn't been operated as a residence for a very long time. So it's been given some non-conforming use, or maybe it's grandfathered in, whatever its existing use was, I don't know. I would say the medical facility transport part appears to be a new use that's not the mud bog. So that's a question. It does define you can't store vehicles with explosives, gasoline, hazardous chemicals, radioactive materials, liquefied petroleum. Actually researched the definition, because there's no definition in the code. There are some definitions at the beginning of that code. There's no definition of what a hazardous chemical is. Arguably medical waste is a hazardous chemical, but there's some arguments when I look at some definitions that it's not the sort of chemical you would normally think of as just the same range. So I don't know, that's kind of the other question. So again, that's my recommendation. I mean, the town, could direct me to investigate the violation, and I could do that. Then it sort of becomes challenging, because if I'm the one sort of prosecuting the violation in court, then I become my own witness, and it's sort of difficult to then present the case. If it goes to circuit court or whatever, I can't be my own witness, and then we got to hire other attorneys and that kind of thing. So I would certainly prefer that you figure out another individual to collect the facts about it. And then again, if I can make a recommendation to the board that whether I think, hey, this has enough merit to have a hearing, I can certainly do that. But not to say, I'm always hesitant to put myself in the role of being the fact finder or the fact investigator, because then I take myself out of the loop from being able to prosecute it. So,
Mr. Service.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and amend my motion to the following. Motion directing the attorney to review available evidence to determine whether a public hearing is appropriate regarding the land use parcel 010619.
Second that.
Okay, motion to amend has been made and seconded. Do we have any discussion on the amendment?
I have discussion.
Okay, Aaron and then Linda.
Just a quick side note, given that this is essentially a code enforcement activity, law enforcement activity, then if you want to, it would be appropriate for him to bill this whole law enforcement budget, right? Rather than the general attorney fee. I think that's fair to say, code enforcement.
Okay. Linda.
That property is listed as residential.
I was told when I looked at this in R1 that I've not confirmed.
That seems really, I mean, there's never been a residence there. Let's not say never. I think I've lived here since '88, and I don't remember there ever being any kind of a home or trailer or anything on that property. So, and with it being so close to the highway, it strikes me that it shouldn't be residential in the first place. I don't know if that has any bearing on it, but that's what my brain caught was residential,
And that's why I thought that, again, I haven't confirmed that, but I assume, again, there's some kind of prior non-conforming use or it's grandfathered in. Because again, it's been, like you say, been there forever.
So that would make me wonder and make me think that maybe what we need to do, if this comes up, is that we need to look at all the properties on the highway that are fairly close to Hermosa and make sure that they are zoned in whatever proper fashion they should be, because that's just wrong.
That sounds like a good task for you.
Okay, yeah,
I
whatever.
didn't want to volunteer.
Okay. Anthony, did you have
I'm
a?
gonna say one thing and let Neil say the rest. So it's in Custer County. Custer County doesn't have zoning.
Okay.
It's not zoned anything.
No, I
Oh,
mean,
that's right.
so it's listed in Beacon as residential, but that may be a mistake.
Oh.
Maybe the confusion could come in because our Silversmith program, which is our asset management program,
Yes.
has zoning. And I don't know why or how it, maybe through the maps and stuff, it like our comprehensive plan or future
Mhm.
plan of what we would do if it ever was a part of the town envisioned that type of zoning. It never actually came because it's not in the town limits yet, so it never came to happen. And that might be the confusion, but our Silversmith program is really just within the town limits. When you click on the land parcel and it color codes it, And maybe that's something we should make a different color.
Certainly need to confirm that.
Yeah,
So that doesn't make people think like that's actually zoned, because it's not, there's no zoning. But Neil, did you have anything you wanted to add? I'm sorry, I didn't want. Oh, you're there.
Yeah, yeah, the property is, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, if you go to page 53 of your packet, there's the kind of the summary of your situation that you have.
mhm.
And I guess the property is, and obviously you have this kind of actually much more of a role in it. And it is not contiguous, so the key factor is parcel. It's got parcel that separates the two. Then I kind of try to figure out, that's probably part of the investigation with their. There is a letter in there from the DNR to, talking about the administrative rules there from what applied to them as well. And so it's hard to tell, and we don't have a response from the property owner or the facility owner, to see how they're gonna respond to DNR. So, but 53, page 53 gives you the outline of the authority, so to speak.
And
And again, Custer County does not, so it's within the 1 mile area then. So,
Okay, so I think we still have the motion to amend. It's active on the floor right now. So can you restate your motion to amend? Because I think we got a little bit off track, so we can get back to the original motion.
I
The
think,
direct attorney to review, did you not write it
sorry.
down?
I'll just put it here. Direct attorney to review available documentation to determine if a public hearing is appropriate regarding land use
For a customer.
of parcel
Public hearing is necessary.
of parcel 010-619.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend on the floor. Any further discussion on that? I don't think so. So all those in favor of the motion to amend, please say aye.
Aye.
I guess I'll say aye. So all opposed,
I'll abstain.
abstain. Linda?
Yeah, whatever. It's passed, it doesn't really matter, but,
Two abstains or one abstain, one no. Okay, so the motion has been amended. So, do we have any further discussion on this one?
So are we saying it's residential? But how can they operate the mud bog out there in a residential area? It does not have to be commercial?
I
it's
think,
not,
I think.
it's not zoned because it's in Custer County and they have no zoning. So it's just
So why
land in
does-
Custer
why does the
County.
Lazy R in the.
Lazy are in the town limits.
Okay. Aaron?
Just to clarify, we're not actually making any decision. We're just gonna have Scott to see if it's
Right.
worthy of
that's
a hearing.
a question in my mind.
So that we can, because I think his impartial observation of this to determine whether a hearing is necessary, I think that's kind of the ideal way to do it.
Didn't your motion include that it would come from the law enforcement funds? Because
Yeah, I didn't include it in the motion, but
It's
just,
just a side comment. I don't know that needs
We
to be
don't.
part of.
No, I think it can be separated by the finance department, so it doesn't need a motion. So after everything we've just discussed, do you feel that it's appropriate, it needs the investigation?
I think there's a basis for further investigation, I think. Again, I am still concerned that if I recommend this to the board or not, we don't have a fact witness to argue it at whatever hearing we have. So I would certainly prefer to have somebody designated to collect the facts about it. So that if it needs to be presented, then again, I'm not the one presenting. That's what I'm hoping for, but again, it's possible that the question can be resolved entirely on the zoning and sort of geographical questions.
Mhm,
If
mhm.
that's true, then maybe it's not a fact question as much. But if it's not resolving those questions, then it does become a fact question.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree, yeah,
So,
thank
Uh,
you.
Well, this letter from DANR says 45 days from the 26th
Jan-
of January. Hmm. That's past 10.
So, I mean, that would be 15 days from like February 26, 27, somewhere in there.
Right.
So, I mean, it looks to me from that paragraph that, so medical waste transport must provide a plan to DANR dash WMP for a permanent location and the anticipated date of purchase within 45 days of receipt of this letter.
So why would we do anything
Anything.
before that time is up? I mean, we're gonna pay an attorney, do something. We should wait until the next business meeting to make this decision.
So,
It's just 2 weeks away.
okay, so Aaron, do you have
Yeah.
an answer to that? Or-
Yeah, just to clarify, when you look into it, I maybe give the impression that after 45 days, they won't be there anymore. But this is 45 days to provide a plan for a permanent location and anticipated date of purchase. So essentially, all they need by that 45 days is, well, here's kind of what we're gonna do. All right, is that gonna be 6 months from now? Is that gonna be a years from now when they have a permanent location?
Well, but then
Is it years from now?
we'll know. We'll have that information too, right?
There's no way to know that they would share this with us.
Well, we could ask. It doesn't hurt to ask.
I mean, we got this letter, right? So we should be able to get any follow-up letters.
Yeah. From the Department of Agriculture, I would think they would.
Yeah, that's DANR. Okay. All right. Do we have any further discussion on this one? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
You have 2 ayes. I'm gonna have to abstain on this one. Do we have any further votes on this one?
Well, I'm with Trina on that, so on the time frame, and the 45 days makes it the 12th of March, as I have been figuring, so I would say that the,
Are you a nay then?
I'm a nay, yes,
Okay,
sorry.
Are you a nay?
Nah.
All right. So 2 ayes, 1 abstention, and 2 nays, so motion fails. Aaron, do you have a comment?
The next regular meeting will be after that 40 days, so motion to table to the next regular meeting.
I would say, so we already had a motion to do that, but we weren't responding to a specific action item on the agenda, so I think that, motion to table would be okay in this case.
I'll second that motion.
A motion to table, so hopefully by then we'll kind of see where everybody's sitting
Mhm.
and see. Okay, so motion to table made and seconded. Do we have any discussion on that one? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, aye. Motion carries. Okay, on to 7E, return development funds for Preston Family Ranch subdivision. Somebody like to introduce this one? Anyone know who put this on the agenda?
I don't have any.
Oh,
I got a question. Is this the same as legal aid or?
yeah, that is essentially, I think I had missed that. That was already under
Okay.
legal, so we can go ahead and, unless,
Just move it to legal.
move it, yeah,
Yeah.
or just, dismiss it.
Let's just do a motion to dismiss and we can pick this up at the legal opinion. Yes, ma'am.
Well, to say that moving to the legal won't eliminate our ability to take action. Because it was on the agenda to take as an approval.
Oh, 'cause-
Return, so where this is legal opinion on, that could be just in a discussion about the.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's just jump down to legal. We'll hear the opinion and then we'll jump back up and then we'll have an ability to make hopefully a more informed decision on this one. So if you all don't mind, let's jump down to 10A. Legal opinion on return of funds to Preston Family Inc. 2021 agreement. So Scott, would you like to introduce this, please?
Sure. So I'm not sure if the board, I don't know if the letter that came in the back here, go before.
The opinion letter?
Right.
I believe so, yeah.
Excellent, okay. So yeah, this was a little confusing to figure out, just because again, I was sort of having to recreate history here and go back in time and figure out what had happened, with the prior board actions and everything. And so, and I used several sources, including prior recordings and talking to former board members and all kinds of things. But eventually, what I sort of figured out is, in essence, there were two agreements. So this started out in 2021 with the town agreeing with the Prestons that they would essentially share the cost of extending water and sewer infrastructure toward their property. The Prestons agreed to give a certain amount for doing that. That got put into town funds. And that came from two sources. It came from a straight donation from them. And then there was a line of credit that also was extended as another part of the sum. So both those sums got deposited into town funds. The agreement, the original agreement in 2021, the key language I found in that was it said that within 30 days, the developer agrees to remit $150,000 to be held by the town, which shall be applied to costs associated with the construction, installation of the subject public improvements on a 50-50 basis as invoices are received from subcontractors. So, I take that language in the agreement to mean that, once money is expended by vendors or whoever, those costs are then shared 50-50. So that's sort of the first arrangement. It also says further in the agreement, I have upon final acceptances by the town of the improvements in your manner development funds shall be refunded to developer. So essentially the contract has a mechanism that says how the funds are supposed to be returned, and that's upon the board's approval of the improvements. Again, so my research said that never really happened. I couldn't really find a place where the board approved the improvements as they were. Instead, there was another agreement that came up in 2024. And so that agreement was the agreement to purchase land for I believe it was for the water tower. And that agreement itself contained another reference to the earlier agreement. And so that 2024 agreement essentially modified the 2021 agreement a little bit. And it included this other consideration about let's see, I'm looking for that language here again. Oh, sorry, this is on page 63 of the packet, the second full paragraph. So again, this is in the second agreement. It says that along with the agreed upon purchase price, the town agrees to set aside an amount of $140.50.01.08 was paid to the town for water tap and benefit fees. So again, so my understanding here was this was the original funds given by the Prestons were supposed to go toward sewer and water infrastructure coming to their property. The agreement itself, at the time, they knew there was this lawsuit with Southern Black Hills Water that was going on, could affect the ability of the town to supply water. So the agreement itself said that it didn't acknowledge pending litigation, and it said, hey, if it turns out the town can't give you water, the developer or the landowner still agrees that the sewer itself is a valuable service to you, and they're still kind of bound by paying for some of these improvements. So, so then sort of my question became after that, which is the items that I put in questions 1 and 2 there on page 63. You know, were funds actually drawn down for those improvements? You know, what was actually spent on those improvements? And then why was the amount put into the CD 140,501.08 instead of 150,000? You know, we started off with 150, and all of a sudden we got 140,501. So I didn't know how that changed. Since I wrote this letter, I did get documentation from Mrs. Preston that was a draw, that she gave me proof of a draw that she got a copy of apparently at the time. And it indicated that essentially there was a draw of 141,301.84. This is a document that was dated 4/2/22. Says contractor's application for payment number 03. This is payable to RCS Construction, who I believe is the vendor who did the work. So I did ask Terry for if she had any, you know, kind of documentation of these draws. We didn't seem to have a lot of documentation about when draws would happen, that kind of thing. So this is the best documentation I have at this moment, is what Ms. Preston provided about this draw. And if this is all we have, that's all the evidence I have, then again, the first agreement reflects that there should be a 50-50 share of that spend. And so that means that basically 70,000 or so of the funds should be retained by the town to pay for the cost of the improvement, to pay the share. And again, if the board approves the improvements as they sit there, the remaining funds could be returned to her. That's the way I read the contracts. Again, both contracts together. And again, I think there was a lot of considerations by the boards over the years of the fairness to the Prestons for, hey, you guys were trying to help us to make these infrastructure developments for you, and we acknowledge we didn't execute part of that because of the water issue. So, you know, I think that was kind of the considerations I could find of why the agreement kind of modified and maybe why that changed. I still don't really know why the amount changed from 150 to 140. I don't know that. As we sit here, but that's kind of what I have. And again, it was just kind of like piecing together mystery puzzle pieces. So that's what I got.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Scott. Is there a motion? We're still on the legal opinion. Does the board have any comments or questions from or Mr. James regarding his presentation? I mean, so I'll just I'll ask a quick question. Yeah. What do you think could be the difference or the discrepancy between the 150 and 140,501? Do you have kind of a feel for that?
That's what we gave. So that's when you go back, when I went back into and Krista had a copy of this. So what they gave for sewer and water tap, this was back in 2022. They gave 140,501.08 for sewer and 140,501.08 for water. And those went, so it was a total of 281,002.17.
So the amount that was donated didn't actually match the amount of the contract.
Yeah.
That totally explains.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So do we have any further comments or questions for Mr. James regarding his opinion?
Would the viability of the sewer potentially impact your recommendation? Essentially, the idea is that the Prestons still got value because they have now sewer line. Now, would that change your opinion if the sewer line was not usable? making it essentially so that they got neither water or sewer.
And so the question, I think, is, did they, benefit to their property from the agreement that we had? 'Cause the agreement didn't say that the sewer had to be completed or that it had to be functional. It said, we're gonna pay down invoices as they come in, right? And so even if the invoices stop, I mean, presumably that's where the share stops. So I don't know that that changes, just because again, it didn't have that language that said, hey, we're paying as the invoices come in. Instead of we're paying upon both parties saying it's satisfactorily completed. I'd have a different answer, but because of that clause that says we're paying as invoices come in, 50/50 share. Because the town incurred those invoices, I think that they have a right to that share. But, I mean, ultimately, again, it's the board's decision about that, but that's my interpretation of the contract we're bound to. And so it's essentially all a matter of contract law. So, yeah.
Very good. Okay. Kristen or Jim or any one of the Prestons here, you guys are named specifically in the agenda item, so would you like to comment or present anything from your perspective to the board
Well, yeah,
or the opinion?
yeah, so those two payments that we made, one going back to the 140 to the 150, 70,000 and 80 or something. That was a portion of your bill that Town of Hermosa got from RC School Construction or whoever you guys used for that. In my mind, there's no development happening. That lawsuit shut the whole project down. That contract read that as we go forward, assuming we didn't realize it'd be costly, right? So the whole thing for 4 years has been interest we paid, interest we lost, had that been invested, those monies you might have made $100,000 at 8 or 14%, whatever the market would pay. Right now, we have a water project that we are going to complete on the east side. We would certainly love to use these funds that we have paid for. I mean, my financial statement, everybody's went into securing these funds to finish the water with Southern Black Hills Water. As far as the sewer goes, where is the sewer pipe to the Preston line? Where does it stop? I mean, are we gonna have a sewer out there? I don't think so. We're not as a family. So I respectfully request that we just get our money back. It's just been sitting, so we can maybe talk about down the road doing something with that land. We have the pipe sitting out there. You guys can't use it, right? That blue pipe, it's like, no one will use that. That was for the development. That was another cost of this lawsuit between Southern Black Hills Water and Town of Hermosa. So Rich Huffman is our attorney that Mr. James, I could have him call you. He could get down into the nitty gritty if he would like, and then you could explain it to the board further, because he was way involved in the beginning.
Okay.
That's all I have. So I do hope that we can get on that.
All right, thank you.
What are we gonna do with it? What are you guys gonna do with it?
Right. Mr. James?
So just two things. One, since this is a matter of contracts, obviously the town already gave some deference when it changed from 2021 to the 2024 agreement. So contracts can always be renegotiated. You can always modify, you don't have to hold Ms. Preston to the letter of those contracts if the board doesn't choose to. You can forgive or waive or whatever the consideration you want to waive. That's up to the board. Again, I'm just telling you what the rights of the parties are if they wanted to enforce them. I don't have any way to dispute anything that she told you, other than the one thing she did say concerning that the agreement didn't contemplate this lawsuit. That's not correct, because it actually specifically refers to the lawsuit. And it
Well,
says-
okay, you're right.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, just a technical point, but yeah. So that's to me why, again, the fact that one or two things is not completed was sort of contemplated by the parties, but again, there are some fairness questions here, and I'm not here to make a policy to the board to say, hey, what's fair and what's not. I'm just saying this is the letter of the contract.
Okay, thank you. Linda?
May I make a motion?
So are you guys satisfied with the opinion discussion right now? So go ahead and go back up to 7E, which is the return the developer funds.
I would like to make a motion that we return the half, whatever that is, the 70,000, 650 or six, whatever it is, whatever that half is.
The 140.
About 280 minus 70, right at 70 is what I'm thinking that it's.
70,000, 250, 54. 70,000, 250, 54.
And it is, I would like to say
So
also,
we need the second if we're gonna.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So Linda made a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Sorry.
Discussion.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, you call them.
Right. So who has their hand up for discussion on the board, Linda?
Oh. I cut her off, so.
yeah, I mean, it's just unfortunate. The town wanted this project to go through. We were so looking forward to it and looking forward to supplying the water and the sewer for that development. And I know that you all are very disappointed too that it didn't go the way. I mean, this has been a struggle for your whole family and for the board, and I'm just so sorry it didn't go through. And in my opinion, this is fair to the contract, and I hope that you will think it's fair too.
Yeah, okay, so may I speak?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you like
Yeah.
to speak, please?
Yeah, I appreciate your comment very much. However, I disagree with this because $140,000 is sitting there not used. Another $140,000 sitting there not used in the CD. The Preston family, obviously, we're not developing that land right now. Why, what will you use the funds for? Why can we not get that money back? And I really would like to renegotiate this contract and the understanding of that. And like, with our attorney, Mr. Huffman. And so it really, Hermosa has $281,000 in your possession of our funds, between the two, the water and the sewer.
The sewer is right to your land. That's there. It's ready, and I know you're not gonna use it, but the benefit of having that should increase the price that you get for that land. It's right there, it's ready.
Is that right,
Yes.
Anthony? But the lagoon isn't functioning.
Yes, it is. Yeah, we can handle it. Absolutely, we can handle it. One of the reasons that we increased the size of our lagoon as big as we did, and I'm sorry I jumped in, but it is all totally ready.
So you're gonna vote to return, sounds like, some of the funds.
Mhm.
What will you do with the rest of the funds? Like, what will you do with the $281,000 that we can't use, So.
It's already used, part of it, isn't it?
Okay, so are you, sorry, is that the end of your comments, Krista?
Well, we have $281,000 that we would like returned to
Okay.
the Preston family.
Okay.
That the town of Hermosa has, and I don't know what you're gonna do with it, and what do we need to do to get the money back? That's my question.
Okay.
Well, 281.
All right, thank you. Bill, did you want to speak on this?
My only comment was on the sewer line. I don't believe that the state had actually approved that.
Okay. So let's just focus on so the motion on the floor is to return the 70,250.54. So
Yeah.
guys, let's get back to the topic at hand here. So Mr. Service, here's your hand up.
Yeah, so I kind of getting the logic on that is it was a 50% distribution. We're gonna keep 50% of what's left over. Is that kind of the logic? Now, but I really gotta go back to pointedly, I guess I kind of really like yes or no questions. Yes or no, did it result in a situation where we can provide them water with the system that's DANR approved? And second would be, did it result in a situation where we can provide them with sewer services that are approved? And like, going back, like, I mean, maybe I'm being overly black and white, but I kind of feel like those are black and white questions. Are they approved? Can we give them water? Yes or no? And can we give them approved sewer? Yes or no? I'm not really overly concerned with who answers, but can anybody answer those yes or no?
Well, the sewer.
Yeah, I think. Okay, I guess we'll hear what your comment is on the sewer, but, cause I guess it is pertinent to the discussion on
Yeah.
what returning the money or not, but.
I mean, just so everyone, this is all, before my tenure. None of that structure was under my design or anything. But I did ask the DANR for the files on it so that I know what happened before I was here. And so it went back and forth with the DNR a lot, that sewer line. And the crux is the crossing of the Billover Creek. So the Billover Creek is the dry creek bed. And so there was a grade issue there. But after 12 correspondences back and forth with my predecessor in the DNR, they did certify that sewer line. Now, I said, from my professional opinion, we should do something with that if that creek bed ever filled up with water, right? So that could be a concern long-term. But that's more or less lots of situations in an older sewer system, right? You know, you're gonna have things that are kind of, we got to put them in our 5-year plan or a 20-year plan, right? And make sure they don't become a big issue. But in terms of approval, it was approved. So they can hook into that sewer line and use it.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. Mr. Service?
Yeah, I would like to, just to make sure, I would like to just make sure it's in the minutes that, I'm requesting that we see those correspondence within 48 hours.
See what? No.
The correspondence, this many emails that they be distributed to the board members within, say, 48 hours.
Correspondence from.
With the septic, no, regarding DANR's approval of the septic.
Ask them.
I would think that just the final one would be all we'd really need. I mean, if the final one says we approve, you know, that's all we really need, but that's just another little technical thing, sorry.
At the least, yeah,
Mhm.
within, yeah.
Well,
You cannot put a time frame on the DANR.
No,
I'll say that
not
right
like-
off.
Not anything new, just these existing correspondence to where it says that the approval's been made.
I understand that, but you still can't put a time frame on them. I mean, we can request it and hope that they get right back to us, but,
All right, let's.
Sorry.
Kind of getting sidetracked here a little bit more. So we do have a motion on the floor on the returning of the 70,250.54. And so, Mr. James, did you have
I
a?
just want to clarify the motion in the funds. So, because Terry, you said that, I mean, there's $240,000 funds, right? And so again, in my opinion really only relates to one of those funds, returning those. And as far as the other 140,000 fund, I mean, I think the board could decide to do whatever they want with that too. I mean, you could make a motion to return that whole fund if you wanted to as well. I just kind of wanted to make sure the board understood that it was two funds, and what I'm saying about what was drawn down only applies to the one fund, really.
So this is half of a half is what this motion is turned out to be.
Yeah, so there's still more funds that could be returned to the residents.
So it was already split before we got to
Yeah.
that motion.
Right.
Okay, Mr. Service.
I'll see if it'll stick. I'll make a motion to amend the current motion value of, Terry, you'll know, to the
It was 140.
original value of, yeah, from,
So you want it
from 70 to that. So basically
Okay.
to the full amount as is in
140,
the legal opinion.
50108.
Sounds good.
wasn't,
Okay, so Aaron made a motion to amend to increase the amount of the return to, excuse me, to 140,501. Is that correct?
Second for discussion.
So we do have a second. Seconds. Okay, if you all like to pick up the discussion on this one then. Trina or Aaron or Linda.
So 101 half of it is for sewer and 1/2 is for water. And we have established, when we hear from DNR, that the sewer has been approved. So to me, as long as the DNR approves, says that that sewer line is approved, that's a done deal, in my opinion. They've got it, it goes right to the property. Again, I'm sorry that they didn't get to use it, but it's there. It's built. It can be usable by the next landowner if they choose to sell. We were requested to help them and to do this, and we did it. And so if DNR gives their blessing to it, it's done as far as I'm concerned. That is done. And none of those monies, in my opinion, should be refunded. The water is a totally different object and opinion. We cannot provide them because of the lawsuit, and of course now they don't need it anyway. But so my half is coming from the half that I'm approving comes from the water half of the fund, not the sewer half of the fund. And the sewer, like I said, when we hear from DNR, if we don't hear what Anthony says we're gonna hear, then this is a different topic of discussion. But
Yeah, so the amended motion is for the 145,0108. And so did you have a comment on the amendment, Trina? Mr.
I'm gonna pass.
Okay,
It's
Mr. James.
confusing.
I'm just confused about the amount at this point, so.
Yeah.
So again, I think Ms. Preston would agree with me that the town has $280,000 approximately their money. And so I don't know why the amount is 140, because again, if we're just talking about the two, those two funds, the total that they've given us is 280. So we incurred $141,000 worth of expenditures. So my understanding is if you're gonna return them, unless you're planning on hanging on to the other part of the funds for some reason, then it should be 280 minus 7. And you'd return that, the 210 to them, because that's, again, unless you're hanging on to the remainder for some other purpose, that's what I would think. So that, again,
Well,
it's up to them what they want to do. I'm just saying that's the numbers. As I understand.
Okay, Trina, I saw your hand up, and then Mr. Service.
That was the number I got too, was 210, because I was thinking, okay, we agreed to 50/50.
I get that.
Yeah, so I'm not sure why the motion isn't $210,000, 751 and 62 cents.
I see what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Just to confirm, and this is going purely off memory, wasn't there something associated with part of it being reserved for the tap fees of sewer? Was that a thing? Does it sound like a thing?
Yes.
Like,
That's what the 2024 agreement said. We were going to hang on to it for.
right, so could that $70 difference there that brought it down to 140 be the sewer tap fees we'd be holding on to?
Yeah,
I know-
thank you.
I know for myself, I'm not ready to vote on this tonight. I need to do some more research, review the contracts and try to get all the financial information that we have so I can build a better picture for myself. Of course, I'm just one vote on this board, so it's up to the board to decide what they want to do tonight. But I'm just stating that's my position on it, right?
We can have a second amendment, right?
I'm just let them all fail.
Yeah, at this point, that usually gets us in all sorts of.
And then we, okay, I'll wait until these fill and then I'll make.
Okay, Donna, did you have?
Can I make a motion that we, table this until,
More research?
We gotta let out.
the next, for 2 weeks?
Right, so
I've got a headache.
we have another motion on the floor, so if the board wishes to table, we'll have to let the current motion fail. If y'all want to change the amount, probably a good idea to let this motion fail, and then we can, so we're currently on the amendment, aren't we?
Mhm.
So we'll have to let the two motions fail, and we can remake a new one. So I guess, is that what y'all are looking to do here?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
In favor of?
In favor of the amendment to increase. So we're
No,
looking at, we're
sorry.
voting on the amendment to increase to 140,
No way.
501. Okay, so there's 2 ayes. I will abstain.
Nice.
Nay, and 2 nays. Okay, so the motion to amend does fail. On to the original motion. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed?
Favor of.
Aye,
Nay.
Nay.
or nay, whatever.
Okay, so say nay to that. Do you have a vote, Donna?
I said name.
Nay. Okay, 5 nays. That motion fails. So
Failed.
right now we're looking at either we can determine a new amount or vote to table. Motion to table. What do y'all want to do? Trina,
Motion.
you have your hand up.
I'd like the motion that we pay the $210,751.62.
Okay. So Trina makes a motion to pay the, what was it again, Terry?
210,751.62.
Okay. Do we have a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Aaron seconds.
Discussion.
Okay. Do we have any further discussion on this one?
Yeah, honestly, the person I really want to ask, Terry, does this sound okay to you?
This was before my time too.
So you don't have really the background on it.
So we could table it or we can approve it.
So the motion on the floor is to approve the amount. So is there any further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
So we have 3 ayes. All those opposed?
Aye.
1 opposed, and I will abstain. So motion carries. So it looks like we will be returning the 210,751.62.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. So let's see where we're at now. We're on Public Works, Water and Sewer Department updates. Anthony, would you like to proceed with that?
Sure. So in terms of, water, so we, maintaining the well house that we have, we've done some, reviewing of the monitoring systems. Because we'd like to have, the ability to know what level of water's in the tank. Right now, it's just based on the pressure. We want to correlate that to levels in the tank, so we're probably gonna take advantage of this warm weather right now to verify that our pressure transducer, because it's the pressure that is down at the Battle Creek that tells the tank, tells the pump to kick on and off based on the levels in the tank. So it's a common thing, but it can get thrown out of whack. And so we want to make sure that that setting is correct and that we've got enough water in the tanks. If we ever had a problem, keeping that high. you know, 80, fluctuating between 80 and 95% full, you know? Other than that, I mean, maintaining the chlorine, maintaining the readings that we're doing, just kind of keeping it continually every 4 days. The well house, gets visited. The, in terms of the sewer system, obviously we talked about, our biggest thing is keeping Ferguson Pump Station going and not having any issue there, because that's our real only pump station with quite a few homes on it. The lagoons are doing well, but they're filling up in the secondary right now. We're allowing the treatment cells to fill up instead of, so that way we will have overflow from those straight to our treatment plant to discharge. So we want to build those up to a level that allows us to have the full pathway from the town through the 4 cells of lagoons to the treatment plant and treated and discharged. So up until this time, everything had been pumped way down, right? From the time that we did construction. I mean, everybody probably forgets. I mean, we completed officially construction in October of those lagoons, and they were way down because we all participated in the pumping down of those into the big detention basin. So, so all we had to work with to treat is from the detention basin. We didn't have any water going the full pathway, the full gamut. And so we've been doing a lot of recirculation from the treatment plant back into the primary cells to try to keep pushing that level up. Because as we do that, then, you know, we start getting the full pathway. So we went over that with DANR today. And so they were kind of in a bit of a confusion in terms of some of the coding that was done when we first came online. We've got that all resolved. They will be sending out a letter next week, you know, kind of clarifying that. And it has to do with when we test before we discharge into the Battle Creek, you have limits. There's 2 major ones. And so those 2 limits, we're always below those, and we have to have enough oxygen. So that's the 3rd one. So one's got to be enough and the other's got to be below. And so we've always been fine with those, but there's another part of the permit that requires us to self-monitor our performance. And so when we self-monitor our performance, we take samples of before we did any treatment, the raw stuff that's coming from the town, and then we compare the 2, and that gives the state an understanding of what we call percent removal, right? And they like to see 85% removal. When you don't have the raw, because the manhole's completely dug up and they're putting in new manholes and new structures in the lagoons, it puts a little damper on that ability to treat or to sample the stuff that's right at the beginning. And so we went over that in pretty good detail with the 2 regulators at DANR today. So John and I, so we're good with that. They're going to document all that into a letter, and then that's closed. So that whole issue regarding, you know, when we sample, where we sample, I've made it very clear that when I designed it, it's very easy to know where you're going to sample because there's a meter there. So if there's a meter there, you need to sample there because I need the flow and I need to know what it is, right? And so that kind of cleared things up because they were kind of confused. They never stipulated where we sample. They left that to us. But once you start doing it there, then you got to stick with it. And so that's all part of the nature of a new facility coming on, getting a good repertoire with the state when it comes to reporting. So I think that was something that was recent. Other than that, yeah, I mean, we just want to make sure there's a continuity of operations. You know, when it comes to, you know, John and talking public speaking, it's not his forte, but I would like you to hear from his mouth, you know, if he's probably not somebody that's going to just stand and get grilled. And there are a lot of operators like that, right? That they're just not, you know, that's not their personality. So he's great when it comes to fixing a problem, solving a problem. You know, he's hands-on. He's got no thought of how much effort he'll need to devote to something, you know. And so that's, you know, the part that was uh, hard to explain, because it seems like I'm putting words in his mouth, but I love those words to just pour out, you know what I'm saying? And so what I'll do next time is I'll have him prepare a statement. He'll sign it. And then I'll bring him on. But if you guys could just let him speak, and maybe not, it's not a grill or a scourging in the column, you know, it's just regular him speaking, and then like let him collect himself. And if you have questions, then give him time to study them and understand them. It's not everybody's a public speaker. And maybe that's something that I try to do to protect my coworkers. Neil's good. So, you know, I let Neil go and I don't have to help him speak in public. And maybe that'll be an acquired taste as well. That he'll get more familiar with that, but that's not something he's done. And a lot of times operators don't. They're just good at operating the system, you know, doing their thing. We started doing 811s. We did our first one today, one call. It is going to be a process, so we want everybody to be a little patient with us. We have Silversmith, we have a lot of information in the town, but at the same time, there's a lot of things that when we're not sure of them, we're not going to just mark it. I mean, we have to have some certainty if we're going to mark it, because it is a guide to where the system is, but it's a illegal requirement, right? And so that's the other aspect of it is, you know, when we're asking for the tools to operate the water system or the sewer system, we're doing it because we know we're responsible for it. And the matrix of responsibility for the town systems falls on us now, right? And so, you know, that's, I mean, obviously people can make mistakes, everybody does, right? That's why we have insurance. But at the same time, if that's abrogated because we're no longer in control, or we no longer have the ability to take responsibility, right? Then that shield that the town has with us is gone. And so that's all we're saying is that's respected. And then we had some requests for tours and stuff. So we do have the repairs done that were underway at the time before. And so we can I mean, it's good weather. So we can entertain like a kind of on a limited basis. If somebody's really wants to get in and check things out, we can probably bring them in and set that all up. It's not really ready for like a big group of people just yet. I'd like to see some guardrails and some more, you know, regular safety stuff, you know, but a one-off person with the operator, I think is totally fine, you know. So that's something we can totally set up. I'll try to be there to answer technical questions. But it's the town's infrastructure. We just want to take care of it. So other than that, that's all I have.
So if somebody wanted to request a tour, how would you suggest that they go about it? Should they contact Terry and Terry forward the request to you?
Yeah, that's one way. Yeah.
Is that okay, Terry? That they do?
Yeah, I already had one request from Florida to him.
Okay, okay, Mr. Service?
So, yeah, as far as John being able to talk to us, this town isn't something where we're gonna really expect him to be on his toes. I think most of the people here and most of the people in town would probably like to see our operator hear our operator talking to us directly, see him at meetings, have more interaction with him. I mean, we're a small town. We like the idea that our public works guy is gonna be somebody we'll see around town and we can bump into him and have a quick conversation and get an idea of what's going on, so.
Yeah.
I definitely think, and Neil as well, the best way you can get confidence from the people is to open up that communication directly as much as possible. So that people, you know, can get to know who it is that's pumping their water and dealing with it when they're done with it.
Yeah. I agree.
All right, thank you for that. So I appreciate the updates, Anthony. So let's move on to open work orders. I do see that we do have a lot of water meter issues that had not yet been addressed and before ATAC took over. So do you guys have a plan in place yet to address the water meters?
So, we've been getting the work orders, and we did one in Heartland here, just recently. I guess I didn't know really where we're at with the ones that were before our time.
Right.
So I do apologize that I didn't know that those were still open, but I think maybe there is a button we have to push to just reassign them. And that would then bring it kind of to the top of the work order. We can look at that.
I see.
But I mean, they're still in the system, so we can just start going through them and tackle them. I mean, maybe we can get them in some bunches if we can. But yeah, that'll be a priority.
Okay, yeah, and I just saw that we had a big list of them here on the work orders, so I just wanted to bring that up, so. Also, we do have on the top, another leaking booster pump at 221 Folsom Court. And so I did put a item on the agenda to approve the booster pump replacement budget for that one at $2,417. And I'll make the motion to approve that one.
Second.
We have a second, okay. Aaron, did you?
I'm sure it was a simple oversight, but we did skip streets.
No, that was motion, or that was tabled during the agenda. Amendment.
Yeah,
No, it wasn't. It was absolutely not.
Yeah, it was. No, sorry, it was. It was on the list.
I don't know, I didn't.
Table to the next regular meeting was on my list, so.
Streets, all streets.
that's.
It was A and B.
So, we do have a motion on the floor to approve the booster pump replacement for 221 Folsom. Is there any further discussion on this one? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Abstain.
Aye. Don, did you vote? Okay, sorry. 4 ayes, 1 abstention. We have nothing in law enforcement. We already took care of 10A legal.
If I make a comment.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say, I just think it'd be helpful, just since I've gotten in this position, the last month or so, I've just gotten a lot of emails circulated where I'm named on the email or materials forwarded to me and asked me, well, the town attorney should be investigating this. The town attorney should be looking into this. I should be doing this, I should be doing that. I may have the same concerns you have, but ultimately, I don't investigate or do anything unless the board's directing me to do it. I'm not a salaried, full-time public official. I work by contract. And again, when I took on this job, this board specifically directed me not to be working on stuff that wasn't specifically directed, so I wasn't running up the legal bills and that kind of thing. So I am happy to look into anything, but I've had material circulated to me by board members, too, to look at stuff, and several of you. And again, I will look at it to see if I'm ready for a meeting or something, but I'm not going to start investigating or start doing anything with it until the board directs me to do it. And so then that's when I'll act. So, and it's not that I don't care about these things or any member of the public. Again, I consider I have an open door, open phone line. Come talk to me, about a concern, please do that. But I can't just act because I think there's a concern or you have a concern, or I wouldn't be using the board's money for their legal fees responsibly. So I've had that come up a few times the last month or so. And again, I want to be a good public servant to this town. And so I want to do everything I can, but I also don't want to be doing things that aren't, what the board wants me to do with their funds. So So it's not that I'm trying to prove an issue or that I don't care about the issue. It's that's what I think the scope of my job is supposed to be as directed by the board. So, again, I'm always happy to talk to anybody in public, or they can call or an email and try to answer your question. But I just wanted to say that in my little legal section here.
Yeah, thanks for that, Scott. And I mean, I think there is a concern with following the proper channels and things. I know recently there's been a lot of, in the regard that Scott said, also, directly contacting state agencies and things like that. I mean, if the board has not been apprised of a situation that you think is important enough to contact Mr. James directly, then we can't address it. So if there is a legal issue or a compliance issue or anything like that, that anybody has, please send them to the town staff. That's what they're there for. And they can forward them on to the board members, and then we can, determine what the best course of action would be for that. I think there's been a lot of kind of frenzied activity from my perspective in a lot of this stuff. And so I would like to just ask people, let's just calm down here and just take stock of what's important here, and then let's try to move forward and work together on this. So anyways, with that, let's go ahead and move to looks like claims. So we have claims on here. I guess I'll make the motion to approve the claims as presented.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Just quick clarification on the keys, just full transparency. So we had those locks that we had purchased previously that sat in the office.
Yes.
When I had gotten the other keys for doing the lock changes, I got the new keys while it was out there. So when I went to use these keys, when I went and installed these locks, they didn't have extra keys, so I had to.
Okay.
And that's for this door. And there was one other that came in that batch.
Down.
The file room. The file room actually has a handle now instead of a deadbolt that like just kind of you
Okay.
hope that it stays closed. It's got a handle. So there's that.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Aaron. Do you have any further discussion on the motion to approve claims? Okay, seeing none, would like to do a roll call vote on this one. So please state your vote one at a time. We'll start with Trina.
I'm gonna abstain because I haven't had time to review it. I'm abstaining. Can I abstain?
No, sorry.
Oh,
I
Okay,
don't mean to interrupt.
Donna, do you have a vote?
yeah, yes. Yes.
Donna votes aye.
Well,
Okay.
it threw me off. We were doing it this way.
Yes, ma'am. I will vote aye to approve claims as presented. Aaron
Abstain.
abstains. Okay, and Linda.
Aye.
Linda approves. Okay, very good. So we have 3 ayes and 2 abstentions, so the motion carries. Okay, Finance Office Department update.
And actually, these, I just didn't realize, kind of what I had updates was those bulleted points. So the local board of equalization is gonna be Monday, March 16th at 6 o'clock. That's been scheduled, provided we have appeals. We won't know that a little bit here. The District 9 meeting will be in Wall, South Dakota on March 31st. So I do need to know who all wants to go so I can they are serving prime rib
I'm going.
So we can carpool, so I
It
think
ain't
it's-
like it was when we went to Pier.
think
There were
it's-
sermon ribs, and it was prime rib. Yeah.
I think it's $40, but anyways, and then just a couple notes, finance officer school will be in Oklahoma on June 10th to the 12th, and then the annual conference will be in Aberdeen, October 6th to the 9th. So just some things to put on your calendar.
Okay. Very good.
Cal,
Linda,
I would like to, make a motion to approve, the finance officer to go to the training in Oklahoma in June. If she can, and if,
I plan to.
yeah.
okay, very good. There is a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I second that.
Second. Do we need any discussion on this one? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Okay, 5 ayes. Very good. Motion carries on that one. So
Can we have a recess?
I'll do a recess. All right, let's do a 10-minute,
No, maybe, but,
do a 10-minute recess. Okay.
Hey, Terry, this is, are you gonna talk about this water bill?
Yeah, yeah, we do. That was item B.
That be.
That was, those both that should have been up under 80. Applies. Riley did the, I was out last Friday.
Are you enjoying your days off?
I am. I've been out of town.
What is the thing that I need to show up?
Oh, we see.
Oh, God.
I'm glad you didn't bring it in. What? Do you? Well, I always have.
I apologize.
Thank you. Sorry, honey.
Eyes and everything.
Terry, does that look right?
Probably back to her office. Training. Yep.
Yeah. But it's a 2D model, so it's like, based on elevation.
I have really been fun lately.
Yeah, they did.
If I can do a search.
There was a plus. A lot of that was probably what we saw instead.
Oh, yeah, kind of like that.
There.
Lon wants to know if you're gonna call in. Lon wants to know if you're gonna call in for work tomorrow. Said something about using gravel, but you didn't know if they were gonna. Not tomorrow. Not tomorrow. And Lon can't do it on Thursday.
I thought he said something about. Thursday or Friday. Yeah, this would be good.
As always. It's every fucking week. Friday, he'd have to be off by noon. Thursday, he'd have to be off by noon. Friday, looks like he could work all day Friday, so.
There's two screens. Like cross that off. Then I got it. No. See how the drainage.
You don't wait.
Basically, was punctured so that it all becomes a green belt between the theater.
Yeah, we are.
Take away what's over here where. Yeah, but if thoughts aren't flash, maybe have some. Free to place everybody together. Maybe the best world. This area.
A lot of restoration.
Okay, well, this. And people can walk around.
Is somebody in the restroom?
Always lock the door. I've been not allowed that door when I. It's not.
All that rats.
You're turning your chair. It's pulling the green out of the gray.
Okay, let's reconvene. 8:57. So we, skipping around so much, we forgot to, hit 7B, schedule a public engagement meeting for floodplain west of Highway 79. And Anthony has a quick presentation for us on that.
Yeah, it's not so much a presentation other than, we have our
Okay.
floodplain,
Trina, that light switch. Thank you.
Everyone see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so we've completed the preliminary 2D model of what would happen if the Battle Creek flooded and/or the Belvoir Creek flooded. And so, the dynamic part of the model is still being done, but this gives a good starting point to see what's being impacted and kind of just kind of talk about the areas, right? So we have two major areas that we're focused on within this grant. And one is obviously the Battle Creek floodplain. And so you can see the area. Obviously, the study doesn't go to the east. And that FEMA didn't study it to the east either. So that's kind of where we're supposed to stop. The 2D model might actually continue farther because we're going to do a drone flight. So we'll get more surface data, topo data, both to the east and to the west, probably up to this point where the two streams connect. So starting with this area, we have to put together 2 to 4 projects. We've got 2 pretty decent ones that we can present in a public engagement. I'll just kind of briefly talk about them, but then we'd like to create a 3rd one with the public. And then the 4th one, I would like to devote it to the Belvoir Creek area overflow, which is Old Park there south of Marie Street, kind of incorporated into some of the feedback that we had from the residents there to try to make some of their goals happen, as well as address the drainage, and then work with the property owner. So the first thing is the Belvoir. So what happened in the 2007 flood, or I'm sorry, the Battle Creek, what happened in the 2007 flood is that you had it all build up here, the floodwaters, and then breach over this is the train tracks. Breach over the train tracks and flood out, parts of, Fergus and stuff. One of the options, one of the projects that we would do, and this obviously, it involves some engagement with property owners, but, as you can see, when you zoom in, there's an area here. This is basically, that's Whitney Street. And there's an area here that's not in the flood area, and it's also kind of with frontage and everything. And so if we were to work with the property owner to do some grading and volumetric calculations, we could take on some of that volume by making this area deep enough, but then using that area, using that dirt and grading to create basically a new property here that we could then provide, because this is another part of our grant is to provide I think it's 35% design of gravity sewer along Whitney Street. And so then we could actually serve that. But that involves engaging with that owner and seeing it. This one kind of seems like it meshes well with all parts of the grant. Also something that's contiguous to the town. So we've got a lot of options to help. But obviously, that's something we'll study and we'll kind of come up with cost and benefit on that, and that gets sent to FEMA. That's a part of the study, so cost benefit. The other one, which is an interesting one, it touches on a different property owner, is right here. And so we have a farmstead here. I think, how do you pronounce that, Joe? DeBur. I want to say DeBur. Okay, so DeBur, and we call it the DeBur cut because actually what we've determined is if you were to connect these, and it doesn't have to be here, it could be here, whatever. The floodwaters would then be diverted because if you look, you zoom out, what happens is this meandering is a part of the problem. And when it comes through the train trestles, then what it wants to do is back up and flood. And so by creating that cut, you then alleviate the reach in which that flood waters go to the north. So that'd be like a project too. And this one's a little bit harder. If I was the property owner, see what's my gain in this? And that's going to be a hurdle with anything that we propose. But there might be one. I mean, this is really early stages, and we haven't had any discussions with anyone yet. So, yeah.
This is the grant money
Yes.
that Joan kind of, and a few other people got together. So,
Yeah.
how long of a time do you have, to come up with plans and then?
Yeah, I mean, the grant's 20 months long. We have a kind of a tentative schedule that we need to work, continually keep up to date. The schedule's, it's a live schedule, right? So in different parts of it can be kind of adjusted. I think a public engagement piece is always in the early stages of the grant, but at the same time, if we don't have something to show people, we don't have any visuals or even some kind of first swings at some solution, it's tough, right? We're just kind of talking about having anything to share. So that's why I wanted to try to get some headway into it and then get it in front of the public. I think we're ready for that. That's why the agenda item says public engagement and discussing setting up a meeting. So those are two. We don't really have a third one. So that's where we'd really like to see some ideas batted around with the public in terms of, a third one. We can give a couple options as well and let people kind of let that one kind of morph into one. The other one is the other total area of the town, which is the west side of the highway. And this is the area around the drive-in. And so we included this area because it's an area that is it's just kind of stuck, and it's an old problem that we want to clean up because it touches on Army Corps, it touches on Fish Wildlife, it touches on FEMA. So if we're trying to go get money, we're trying to look at grants, things like that, we've got some outstanding items, it could hurt our chances. So we wanted to have this all cleaned up. One of the things that, because this is all commercial and you got the drive-in. And so one of the things that the residents in Marie Street, and I've heard some here today, that said is, you know, what's gonna happen behind your houses? You know, what's your plan there? Have you thought about anything for us? And so, you know, the answer is, yeah, we actually do have, some things we'd like to at least put out there, maybe get feedback on as part of that public engagement. One is, as you can see, this area floods. And so right now, it's just sort of, it's leaving a whole area of potential quote developing land up against that sub, but it's hard to work with it, right? So what Army Corps said is they'd like to see us study that area and provide what it should be, right? And model that and show that so they can do a map revision. Because it's out of date. And then also what Dan Pike said is that we trigger a jurisdictional determination. So that means they send their people down and they basically look at it from what it is today and what we're proposing, and then they revise the maps. So
I know I'm supposed to know this because I've heard that name several times, but again, who's Dan Pike?
Dan Pike is my colleague who's the certified flood engineer.
Okay.
So he does all his work.
Okay.
So he does all the HECRAS modeling, model of the Battle Creek, the Gulliver Creek. That's his thing. So one of the things that Dan had suggested is that we could consolidate the drainage along the north side of the drive-in and then create like a green belt. And then also if the drive-in would ever open up, that dirt, we could create, you know, when they make like solar farms and stuff, they'll do like a berm, like a screening berm, and put green screening so that if people that live there don't want to watch a movie that night in the back of the windows, they wouldn't have to, right? And so there could be some solutions to allow the commercial activity to happen without, and allow the residential to be more peaceful, right? And at the same time, funneling the drainage along that north side, which for the property owner then allows this area to the south and east and between the highway and the drive-in to become potential, you know, like a restaurant or essential business, right, during the day, pharmacy, something like that.
Not to be the only one asking questions, but then the green belt would be like a park and you can't necessarily develop it for anything else. That's what it would be.
Yeah, it would become a public space that would be, I mean, we got, obviously this is very early. I mean, there's lots of things to consider, but the idea being that it would be a green area, but it's drainage, its practical purpose is it's drainage. And the ancillary benefits are it provides a buffer between the two types of zoning. Whatever else we do with it, it's all gonna be something we all come up with. So
One last question, I promise. So you're showing us 3 different things, but the grant would only allow for 1 or maybe 1.5.
So the grant's a scoping grant, so it's completely engineering.
Okay.
There's no construction of results.
Oh.
So it pays for all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's 100% grant.
Nice.
But we have to come up with multiple options, not just one. In our case, we added this area to the west as a part of an inventory of that. We only have to really come up with one good one and study that one fully. But on the other side, it'd be nice to have 3.
Yeah.
2 minimum, 3.
And so then we could take those plans from this grant and then we could just run with them.
You could run with them.
Sweet.
That's all I had. I didn't want to take too much time on us dragging on a long time, but that's what we've been working on, and I'll have more.
Okay, so would you like to schedule this public engagement meeting? Did you guys have some dates in mind?
Yeah, I mean, I think that towards the end of the month would be good. I think the first thing would be the venue, so then we can really hone in on the dates. So if you guys have any kind of suggestions on that, I know that people have talked about using the Legion. I just need to be able to contact them and see what they got open.
Okay,
Now Easter's coming up, so.
yeah, Linda.
I don't know, having dealt with flood issues before, through this whole process, I'm not sure that the Legion is spacious enough. I don't, you know, when you start talking floods,
Okay.
it has a tendency to bring out a lot of people, and so, Joan, you think I'm right on that, or you think we'd be okay? You think we would be? Well, how many people were at that last meeting not the last one, but there was a meeting at the,
Yeah.
At the ambulance. 130.
oh, was there 130 people there? And it was really too crowded.
Not really.
Oh, well, not everybody could sit, so,
They just didn't have enough chairs.
okay.
One solution is,
I think we have.
You don't think so? Okay.
we could break it up into 2 sessions back to back. Because it's 2 really different areas. And then people can attend both sessions or people can leave if they only cared about one session or the other. But we'd still have one event. It'd just be
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
session A, session B.
I think I'd like to see everybody get to.
Yeah, it's not a kid.
Yeah, you've got to remember the ambulance was yesterday.
That is true, yeah. This is just, yeah, okay, yep.
Tip special election.
Yeah, it's in a new business.
So we have time to schedule.
Revise.
We don't have to decide right now.
No, we can't decide because we gotta make sure the Legion is open, so.
And I'm thinking that for advertising purposes, April would be better. We need to get it in front, we need to put it online, we need to get it in the newsletter, whatever else we can do.
But
Get
April
people there.
April 1st is a bad day.
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's do, that'd be right after Easter.
Easter is what,
First week of April.
they do it the following week.
Yeah.
And you could get the reaction.
Probably be pretty well then. Okay, so week after Easter.
So Easter's on Sunday, the 5th. We have a regular board meeting on the 7th. So,
It would depend on when they try to have it, too. I think about your workload, what makes best for you.
Monday, Wednesday, Friday is good for me.
yeah.
Tuesdays I'm here a lot of.
So Monday's not good. So Wednesday, if they're open on the 8th, Wednesday the 8th, or Friday the 10th.
I'll ask on those 2 days.
Mhm.
Likely they got one. And, is that how many people you think we'll have? Like, yeah.
Really?
So like
Yeah.
probably no more than 50.
Okay.
Okay.
They might be using the league on the 10th.
Pardon me?
They might be using it for bingo on the 10th.
Oh, sure. Didn't think of that.
Well, they have every other third, but the third is, Good Friday.
Mhm, mhm.
Following week would be okay, is that the same week as a board meeting?
We could do the following Monday, which is the
13th.
13th. I'll try 8th.
Mondays are bad, you don't get a lot of people on Mondays.
Yeah,
Why don't you forget the 10th?
forget it.
Yep. Try the 8th and the 13th.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to push it too far out. But
Yeah, right.
What day of the week is the 15th?
Monday.
Mondays are bad. People don't come out. The 10th, 11th.
That's a Saturday. We could do a weekend too. You guys want to do a weekend?
No,
No, not particularly.
That's why we're having this discussion.
8 or the 15th. Those are both Wednesdays.
No, 15, yeah. Okay, 8 or the 15th.
Mhm.
Okay, we'll go for that.
Thank you, Dan, for reminding us of it.
All right, I'll have a report on the 17th for the next board meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we have tentatively the 8th or the 15th. Very good. See, so moving along, we are on, I believe, finance office, C, mail call, email.
We didn't do B.
Oh, yeah. Okay, approve adjustment for utility billing for leaks or floods for 2 residences.
Yeah, so we had 2 residents that had during that really cold spell in January, had major water leaks. And I think in the past, what we've done is maybe taken that water off the sewer part of it. But one of them was a house down here, and supposedly the water was supposed to be off, but it wasn't. It was one that sat vacant and had been for sale for quite a while. And the account was actually inactive, because I think they thought the water was off. I didn't realize it. So then when we moved a new person in, of course, then that created a reading. And then it broke, and yes, he had the 3 feet of water in his basement.
So when you're saying the account was not active
It was marked inactive because that person had moved out and
in our software?
mhm.
Oh, wow.
And I didn't realize that until, so then so the reading wasn't, so it's inactive. So it doesn't come up when we're putting our meter readings in. So we didn't catch that, so.
Okay. So how much are we looking for the 2 put together then?
Well, what was the priority together? Only 2. I think they're in the pack. I think one. I mean, that one is, when we took off the sewer, just the sewer,
170.
351 was the total bill. They used 51,000 gallons.
Wow.
51,000.
Yeah, so. I don't know what the policy is when you guys done this in the past, so.
Is it 51,000 between the 2 of them?
No,
Or
that's
just
just
that
that
one?
one. Mhm.
So we have, generally speaking, we remove that leaked amount off of the sewer bill. And that is how we have kind of done things. And personally, I don't even think that that needs to come to the board. I think that should just be standard policy when there's a leak, that it just automatically gets removed from the sewer
Okay.
bill. Because rarely does a leak go back into the system, it absorbs into the ground, or, I think that's time that we don't need to spend,
Okay.
at meetings personally.
Perfect.
Should we, I can make a motion?
If the motion is
Yeah,
needed,
we still have an item to approve. so.
Granting the finance officer discretion in instances of leaks for reducing sewer bill.
I'll second that.
Okay, do we have any further discussion or any discussion on this one? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor?
Uh,
all right,
Aye. Okay, motion carries. All right, on to mail call, email from Bill Riley. This was,
This is that's the confidentiality.
well, specifically the confidentiality one I was referring to
for
was the
that.
ECT.
Okay.
I mean, would you like to present that one?
I don't even know. I think you emailed to everybody. And that's the only thing we put in there. Yeah, and then, and we got the full copy. We have a town copy of everything. We only printed his email, so. I mean, I don't expect his.
Right, but, in the original packet though, we included all the documentation and everything, right?
Well, I think the one.
The one on the website, when you guys.
It is 5 pages.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, so I just have a couple of questions on that is, why wasn't the board or the engineer or even the sewer chair contacted before we released all this documentation through the packet? And, it is public information and it's, you know, we can get it from the state. The thing is, I think there's an issue with interpretation and stuff like that with the documentation. And, you know, I think that it's irresponsible for the town to put this type of documentation in the packet. Or, I mean, just general consumption without some kind of explanatory document to go along with it. I mean, it was an email from a concerned citizen and he included it and it was sent out to all the board members. But I didn't know that it was going in the packet until I received the email that Riley was mentioning. And then also apparently it's on the website too. So I just, in my opinion, we should use a little bit more discretion as the town before we release a bunch of documents like that. Yeah.
My concern is similar, in the fact that, it would have been nice to have that information out to the public with the document of saying what the town's doing, right? And when I looked at that huge email, I found that the email suggests one thing, but the documents don't necessarily corroborate what the email is suggesting. And that the violations or permits, they're all 21 and older. And in that regard, I feel like it could be a resolved issue. I'd like more information. And I've written up a letter to H2O that says that. What have you done to come into compliance for those permits? And they are just permit violations. Those are serious. I don't, but I mean, we could have been dealing with much more serious violations, but anyway, so, and I'm sorry I don't have a printout of it, but I just looked at it over the weekend and I'd like to go that route where we submit a letter to either H2O or whoever we need to submit it to that says, what are your violations since then? What have you done to correct the issues? So the concerned citizen issue was, I don't think you're doing your due diligence. Well, I appreciate that, especially for all the due diligence that the citizen put into it. But feel like the next step is not to accuse them of being a terrible company, but to ask them where they are now. How have they changed their processes? So that's what my letter says.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Trina.
Mhm.
All right. Do we have any more comments on this one? See any, so let's go ahead and move on to, do you have some comments here?
Yeah, it's just, is that something that, who would send that letter requesting that information?
Yeah, well,
Or,
whoever
I
sends
guess-
letters for the board, but we got to review it first.
Well, I mean, as far as that's concerned, any trustee,
Have a draft.
you can email them and be like, hey, this came to us. Do you have a
Yeah,
response?
well, I'd like buy-in from the board. I mean, I could do
Can we
that,
approve her to do that in the motion?
I think we should put that on a future agenda if we're going to do
but
that.
I'll print it out. We can have it next time and do.
Yeah,
So,
I don't want to be.
like the liaison. You can communicate.
so I saw Anthony's hand back up there. Did you, I mean, I'm sure you have some comments on it.
Sure.
I mean, is there something that we could go over real quickly or?
Yeah, so I think the best thing, because I mean, everybody's got a lot of trust issues, and so I think the way to go would be to talk to someone maybe that's not gonna just have a certain opinion or another, they're gonna be pretty neutral, and that would be to talk to your counterpart, right? So H2O Clear Solutions private system is within Lawrence County. Lawrence County's planning and zoning department is led by Amber Voigt, who's a very good planner. And she'd be your counterpart. She's not gonna side one way or another or say good or bad. She's gonna say it like it is.
Yeah.
Ask her.
Okay.
She knows the entire history of that property and has watched it go from where it was then to where it is now.
Appreciate your input.
Okay, thank you for that. So, let's get that on the next agenda to, I guess, we'll figure out how to draft that letter up. Or sounds like Trina already has a good draft going,
Yeah.
and we can go over that and decide, how we're gonna send it then. All right, good, thank you. Okay, moving along to, Finance D, 2024-2025 audit draft.
So we got our draft of the 24-25 audit. We had approved in November to pay the 9,000 for Elias to do the 2-year audit, provided he completed it by February 15th, which he pretty much did. We paid the 6,750 for the initial payment on the February 2nd claims, I believe. And then, so there's a remaining balance of 2,250 that I'll pay, but that won't get paid until the legislative audit accepts you'll have to file that audit with them. The only thing that really in the report was what he noted was segregation of duties. Since we're such a small staff and only having just the finance officer doing all the financials, that's really not a good checks and balances. So, and it's a typical of small towns, but with having Briley here now, I'm getting her trained on pretty much everything. So we're going to be doing a checks and balances, and she'll do one thing and I'll check it, and vice versa. So I think that'll alleviate that problem. So there are 2 letters that I need Cal to sign. Just there's a representation letter and a related parties letter that.
Okay, yeah, I'll check those out.
Yep.
Ready?
sign that. You can-
Well, thank you. So this,
Linda.
yeah. So we did, so this is the,
There's a bigger, that's only the letter part. There's a bigger copy of the
okay,
deal draft. So I just didn't want to, like I say, this package isn't big enough and I just had to pick and choose what's put in there. So, but it's
absolutely.
quite a few pages and it's available. And I think we typically put this on the website, but I don't know.
Okay.
I know the town's too, but
Yeah,
I don't have a spot on there right now for that. So, but I do have it available.
okay.
Let's look at it.
So available at the office for anyone that wants to check it out. Very good.
Yep.
Awesome. Linda.
The ding of that you mentioned that he gave us of not having, we are a small community and we don't have the oversight, whatever. That is something that we have gotten from every auditor every year.
Yeah.
And every small town gets that also. So that is, I just wanted to inform the public of that. I don't know that they would have realized that. So.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So let's go on to 14A, select the 2025 Volunteer of the Year Award recipients. So we do have our
Have a ballot.
ballots here.
They had a request to do it by ballot vote.
What Terry or
What Riley doing?
Riley tile them up.
You're doing
Before, while she's tallying, we have in years past had 1 or 2 winners or whatever to the Volunteer of the Year. And so I don't know, we maybe should have clarified this before we wrote on our ballots, but Are we having one or are we having two this year? Do we wanna make it so that we only have one a year, or does it matter? Uh, Um, any comments, any?
Is it a tie?
No,
No tie. So we do have, Dan and Shelley Martin is the clear winner for the volunteer. It was, 4-1 for in favor. Very good.
Wow.
Thanks, guys.
Was this worth?
Keep up the good work.
The discussion needs to happen when we give the award out.
We want your picture.
Perfect.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, moving on to resolution.
Can I, so we will put this on a future agenda after we get the plaque and everything, and you will be notified so that you can show up and accept the plaque and the award. And thank you very much for your.
Thanks.
Mhm. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Okay, so we're on to the resolution for the intent to be included in the proposed ambulance district. Go ahead and make a motion to approve this one. I believe for resolutions, we only need to do a single reading.
Yeah.
And then we can do an approve.
yeah, and then it'll be included in the minutes. It would have to be published.
Right, okay. So let me go ahead and I'll retract my motion to approve. We'll go ahead and read it first, and then we can decide on whether or not to adopt it. So, Town of Hermosa, resolution number 2026-04. Resolution stating intent of the Town of Hermosa to be included in proposed ambulance district. Whereas the Town of Hermosa, an incorporated municipality, lies within the area described as Eastern Custer County that is proposed to be part of an ambulance district as described in South Dakota State Statute Chapter 34-11A-2 as follows. 11A-2 requirement for inclusion of municipality in district. Any municipality located within the area may be included in the ambulance district if at least 20% of the number of registered voters within the municipality voting in the last gubernatorial election sign a separate petition from that municipality, or if the governing body of the municipality establishes intent by passing a resolution so indicating. Now, therefore, consistent with Article 34-11A-2 of the statute, the Board of Trustees for the Town of Hermosa, by this resolution, expresses its desire and intent to be included in the proposed ambulance district dated this day of 2026. So, I'd like to make a motion to approve. Eric?
My only concern, is whether Scott's confident in its language and everything. So if I were to do a motion of approval, it would be contingent on his review. So I'll go ahead and do that. Motion to approve resolution 2026-04 contingent on approval by the town attorney.
I'll second that.
Okay, seconded by Donna. Do we have, Linda, did you have a?
I just want to know, I mean, I don't recall ever having any questions for the town about an ambulance service. It was not, the town is not owning this like a lot of towns do, own their own ambulance service or their own cemetery. We do not. So is this something that we have to do to get service? Or what? I'm just want more info, I guess.
Yeah, I can dial
Thank
that in a little bit. So, to form a district, any municipality within that district must do exactly this, give a resolution saying that we want to be included. Otherwise, they can't finalize their district boundary. They can't get it approved by the counties until the district boundary is finalized. They can't give it on the ballot until after the counties have both approved it, and we would be covering Pennington and Custer County. So we're like the baby step towards this process happening, and this is just a clerical thing. But it would still be like referendum voted on as far as the entire district.
So that does not, it will not change where we're at right now, which is, Custer County, sign an agreement with Pennington County
Right.
to give us our services for now, and this does not change that.
No impact.
No impact, this is just for the future, what we're trying to get done.
Mhm.
Yep, okay, thank you.
Leo, I know you were heavily involved in this. Did you have any additional comments that weren't covered here?
Yeah, I think, like Aaron said, we covered the whole thing.
Okay.
And, but there, just one small clarification, Linda, is that this is not an ambulance service. This is for an ambulance district, a taxing entity that would then collect tax dollars to pay for an ambulance service. And the other key factor is that this is only as what was it, baby step?
This is
So
like
we're
the baby
getting
step, yeah.
this on the ballot to actually be voted on.
There's what, 2, 3, 4 more steps that need to come through, and some of those are really difficult to achieve.
Oh, yeah, this is the easiest.
We're doing the easy part.
Right, and basically, the way I look at it is that the statute should really say, if you don't want to be in, then you should pass the resolution. It would make more sense. Because this, we don't want to be excluded.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Leo.
I would warn Dan that last year, because of the volunteer of the year, you end up with jobs like this.
Oh, that's good.
Mr. James?
I think I can get the board a quick answer on this. Can we pull up a statute on the screen up here? So just looking at basically the next statute after the one listed in the resolution. So it's 34-11A-3.
34-11A3.
Yeah. And so it should be 11A-3. I think I see it. So, yeah, if you can, okay, how big you can make that, but I kind of agree with Mr. Van Senbeck. This is not, this section of the statute is not written very well. Because it says, you'll notice the subheading says contents of, and this immediately follows the one we're looking at. It says contents of petition or resolution. And then it says the petition shall, and it doesn't say what the resolution shall, but it says the petition. So I'm assuming basically these requirements apply to both, whether it's a petition or a resolution. And it's got to have the suggested name of the proposed district, the area to be included, in a description including survey of the boundaries of real properties embraced in the district. So I think everything else about this is fine. I just want to make sure we include those requirements out of that statute. So, and maybe Mr. Vincent.
Leo was waving his hand back there. Yeah. That's gonna be you next year, Dan.
So the county,
one.
what do we call it? State's attorney. It said that section applies to the county's resolution, not the municipality.
Okay.
Because you wouldn't know how to define the boundaries. You might make a suggestion on the name, and I welcome suggestions. Yeah, so that's, now, it doesn't, I agree, it doesn't say that, and that's what.
Yeah, the organization is not great.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I would defer to what Mr. Van Senbeck got from Tracy Kelly as far as her looking. I mean, obviously, if it's insufficient, the county can let us know it's insufficient. But with that being said, I'll withdraw my concern about it.
Okay, so are we to
I think this is kind of where we're isolated to. They needed more clarification on resolution. Is this the county's resolution or the municipality?
It doesn't say,
It
yeah.
doesn't
which-
distinct.
So, yeah,
Right.
that's kind of not helpful, yeah.
Okay, so Mr. James, are you saying that this is, has been reviewed by you?
Yes.
Okay, so we passed the contingent review with the current motion on the floor then, so, yeah.
I would just like to comment on the fact that this is a state written statutes and they're not perfect. The state is not perfect on things that they write. They don't make it easy. So I'm just asking that, members of the board and of citizens of the town, community members realize that, the state can make mistakes and they're way more educated and powerful and have attorneys on there. They don't have to pay their attorneys. It's just the budgeted fund to get their answers. And so I'm just asking that we get patience and we give ourselves, the patience that we need to, solve our problems. Okay, thank you.
Joan, did you have a real quick question?
Yeah, I wanted to just say that I had an email from Aaron Davis, the legal counsel for the county commissioners, with a sample resolution. And the sample resolution does request this town boundaries.
Okay.
Plus, it's kind of, so I just wanted you to know that.
Okay.
You can go with that sample if you like.
Okay, then.
And I think I sent, because I got that same email, I sent that to you along with this resolution. We were kind of like, do we need to include that in there?
Are we on a time frame on this? Is this needed right now? Or is it needed by the end of the month so that it can be on the ballot?
Do you need to do it tonight? No, because Fairburn's not going to be addressing it until 21st,
2 more weeks.
2 weeks. The county's going to have to proceed on the assumption with the creation of their resolution on the assumption that this passed. You know, we can't sit back and wait.
No, yes, that I
But,
understand.
You know, is it absolute? But as far as what was in the, Davis, Aaron? No.
Aaron Davis.
Aaron Davis, sorry. He misread the statute in terms of what's required. For the only thing the municipalities have to vote up or down on is whether on their intent to be included. Now, if, for instance, the town bound, well, now I'm gonna get myself on one. If the town boundaries crossed over the county line, then we could obviously ask, or we obviously need the town boundaries, perhaps. I still don't think we would, but that, in a little bit of a gray area then, because you have to involve another set of voters. Anyone that lives in the town of Hermosa is going to also be a resident of Custer County. And so it's kind of a moot point. Hopefully, we don't have any town boundaries across the county.
We do.
We do.
We do, but nobody lives there.
Oh, okay, so then there are no voters, you know.
For now.
Right,
Well,
no.
it's only as of.
It's for now.
Well, June 2nd.
Right.
They would have to do it before June.
Doesn't appear as though that will happen.
Hold up their building.
All right, Mr. James.
I would just suggest that we can pass it in its current form, and then if it's not acceptable, I can check with the board, I can check with Tracy Kelly, I can check with the AG if I need to. If it's not gonna be sufficient, we can come back and amend it. But I think it is, because of the time frame. I think it is important that you act, so, yeah.
And I mean, this captures the town's intent, which is kind of what the county's been asking for this whole time. So, I think that's a good idea there. So any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Very good. Let's go on to 15C, approve special election slash addition to June 2nd election. So looks like we have the decision to make of whether or not we want to do a special election for the, I believe it's the current TIF petition that's out there, or if we want to add that to the June 2nd election. Trina?
I'd like to make a motion that we add it to the June 2nd election.
Makes a motion for June 2nd. We have a second for that one.
I'll second for discussion.
A second for discussion. Okay, Trina?
I opt for the June 2nd election because it's so close to what a special election would be, and it would save us a couple $1,000.
That
Okay.
is something to always consider.
Money.
Okay, do we have any further discussion on that one?
Well, I'd like to see it done before that. I understand where you're coming from, though.
So you would be a no vote for June 2nd?
Yeah,
We want to do a special.
I think I would be a no vote for that, yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
Do we have any further discussion on this one? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, 3 ayes. I'll vote no on this and 2 noes. Okay, very good. So it looks like we're going to have that on the ballot for June 2nd. Let's move on to committee selections. So this is kind of a tradition here in the town that the chair is the one that assigns the committees. And so I'm going to do that right now, but in light of recent events, I would like to reassign the committees to be finance with me as the chair and Linda as vice chair. Water with me as the chair and Linda as the vice chair. Sewer with Trina as the chair and Linda as the vice chair. Streets with me as the chair and Trina as the vice chair. Law enforcement with Don as the chair and Linda as the vice chair. Code enforcement as Linda as the chair and Ferguson as the vice chair. And then the media spokesperson was a position voted on last time, so I'm not going to touch that one yet. So very good.
So we're also still entitled to overturn any decision made by a chair at any given time. So if anybody would like to make motions to adjust those appointments.
What was streets, excuse me?
Streets was me as chair and Trina as vice chair.
So how come Aaron doesn't have any assignments?
In light of recent events.
What? Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to cover it in the next one as well, but that it's for that reason.
Could you tell me what are you talking about?
So, I mean, this is what I had written for the next one, but it also applies to this one. And it is, Mr. Service's behavior outside of the town board meetings is, in my opinion, unbecoming of a board member. I do not want that behavior to reflect poorly on this board as a whole or in part. I do not wish to implicitly condone said behavior by allowing Mr. Service to represent the board in this capacity. I do not want people to think that this was okay or acceptable, and I do not believe that the board should put its tacit stamp of approval on his behavior by allowing this appointment or this committee selection to continue, presuming that he would be on one. It is important to me that my time performing this public service for the town was effective and with minimal strife. The way this situation has devolved over a relatively short period of time is alarming, and we all need to work to dial back the extreme politics that has reared its ugly head as of late. So that is the reason for my decision there. If you guys would like to make a motion to address that, you're welcome to do so. Aaron?
So on that note, considering very recent behavior of another trustee, I would suppose we're down to 3 trustees that could be considered qualified for appointment to committees, being trustee Matheny, trustee Ferguson, and trustee Kramer. Perhaps all other committees, all other trustees should be excluded if it is going to be a political act. When it comes to deciding who is going to be overseeing critical maintenance of systems and structures throughout town, that is a very odd thing to make into a political matter. So I'll go ahead and make a motion. Yeah, I'll make a motion to appoint trustee Service as chair of the Streets Committee, with trustee Ferguson as vice chair of the Streets Committee.
You have the ability to appeal a chair's decision, but the decision to appoint is the chair's decision.
Do you have something in statute or ordinance that gives you that authority?
As you mentioned before, the committees are not in ordinance, and so it is a tradition of this town that's been upheld for however long. And this situation has occurred before in the past, so there is precedence for this. Donna?
I believe Aaron has been very informative on a lot of our items on as far as being a board member. But I also think that you're punishing him because he has an opinion and he states it. Yes.
No, that's not my intent here.
Well, it sounds like it.
Well, I mean, it may sound like it, but
Well, and so then I'd like to bring up another point. The Hermosa newsletter that came out yesterday, I did not believe that was a political, that there was not supposed to be anything political in there. And you put quite a political article in there, and I do not feel it was necessary.
well, if that's your opinion, then that's your right to hold it. However, you know, I think this particular item, I think, would be better served later on, either if the constituents wanted to weigh in on this, or we could address it in trustee input. But right now we're still on committee selections, and so if anyone would like to make a motion to appeal the board's decision, we can do that. Otherwise, let's move on. Linda?
I was just gonna say that that the chair's discretion. And you're the chair, and and furthermore, I mean, there does need to be somebody overseeing some of these positions. I will agree with that. But it's a board decision. Boards, I mean, anything that has to do with these situations is a board decision. We have a problem with water, we have to decide how to handle it and who's doing the work. And so I don't know. I just think that it's not worth all the discussion, I guess, maybe.
I'll make the motion to appeal the decision of chair and freeze all committee assignments as prior in second election. I'm making a motion.
You can't freeze the committee assignments. The committee assignments are made by the chair. So, I think we'll just move on then. So let's move on to 15D, which is revoke the appointment for economic development liaison. And it's for the reasons I stated earlier. So I'll go ahead and make the motion to revoke. Do I have a second on that motion?
I'll second it for discussion.
The seconds. So, I mean, I think my previous comments still stand. I believe that we've witnessed some behavior that is unbecoming of a board member. And the letter that I put in the newsletter and this revocation, I do not take lightly. And the thing is a lot of the stuff that's been going on around here is, I think, in a mean spirit, and in my opinion, needs to stop. And so,
Well,
the other, excuse me, the other thing is that, I know some of the postings online, have been, have had misinformation and misleading people about the nature of certain meetings and things like that. And so, again, I don't wish to tacitly condone that type of behavior by allowing a member that's engaging in those behaviors to represent the board. So that's what I have to say. Donna, did you have a comment?
yeah, I do, but I gotta think how I wanna say it.
Okay, Aaron?
Mine's simple. I don't represent the board. I represent the people of Hermosa.
Well, if you represent the board as an economic development liaison, which is what this is about, so thank you. So do we have any further comment on this one?
Yes, I have one.
Okay.
I heard today that you made a rather rash statement about Aaron. None of us are perfect. We're all guilty of something. And I think you are going way out of hand on this deal. Like you said, he's representing the citizens. And that's who we're here sitting in these chairs for 4 hours, representing the citizens. And then I just don't understand where you're coming from on it. Or where you're going.
Okay, well, I don't know that I can help you right now, but, we may have a public hearing to address some of these things later, and then we can get into the nitty gritties, but, as of right now, I already read my statement and my reasoning for bringing this up, and so, yes, sir, I think we'll take public comment, during the items from constituents.
I don't understand what happened.
Just a minute.
Excuse me, sir. If you'd like to ask your comment and items from constituents, then somebody can address it at that time, or somebody can address it during the trustee input.
So I can't say anything.
No, sir.
Okay, when will I be able to?
It's coming up in a little while.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Trina?
I thought that Leo was kind of the liaison between Hermosa Connects and the board, and I thought he did a great job. I'm new on the board, but I don't feel like we've gotten a lot of information from the liaison position. So I don't know. I don't see much benefit. So That's my concern with that particular position. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So I attend every Connect meeting. I was there on Monday morning at 8:30 in the morning. There are other things I could be doing. I'm still going to go, by the way. They can't stop me, which is really nice because the board really actually can't stop me from representing the citizens in every capacity I feel necessary.
Thank you.
So, I'm gonna keep going into Connect's meetings, but I go and I listen. And what was the recent, discussion? We talk about a lot of the same things every time. The ambulance district comes up, and finally, we got one step further on that. Um, the Huckster is scheduled for June 6th. It should be occurring, and that's, I was basically denied the opportunity to present on our most recent Connects meeting for obviously personal political reasons. So it's probably going to be hosted at the school. They're hoping to be able to do the downhill on Fifth Street, but they're not certain yet. We talk about, well, the library hasn't really been coming up lately. That's kind of on the back burner. They're still looking for people who are going to volunteer for trying to sort of put together a committee to organize daycare throughout the town. Oh, and I just stop in and I talk to business owners and I see how people are doing and I check in and I research things and I'm gonna do it regardless. I mean, this was a non-appointment anyway as a means of sort of kicking off the curb the idea of a committee. So yeah, this is really, it was never really a significant position that meant anything anyway, so I'm not really bothered. This is political punishment that will have no effect.
And that's your opinion, but that's not what it is. Linda?
So I have in my calendar already, it's been here for I don't know how long, but the Huckster event is on June 6th, Saturday. But excuse me, or you, whoever can answer. So it's gonna be in the school or
Vendor fair.
the vendor part of it?
Associated vendor fair.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Right, any further discussion on the board? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Two ayes. All opposed? Okay. Linda, are you what are you?
I'm abstaining on this. I don't.
Okay, and one abstention. So we have two ayes and one nay and one abstention. That leaves you, Mr. Service. Is that an abstention as well?
But dismiss, I abstain, it doesn't matter.
Right. Okay, motion fails. So moving right along, 15E, which is require board president and VP approval of proposed agenda and packet before releasing to the public on Friday before the meeting and require amendment requests of agenda at board meetings. So I'd like to make a motion to approve item 15E.
I'll second for discussion.
Mr. James?
I haven't looked at this, but I just have the sort of generic question. If you and the vice president are agreeing on a agenda, what happens if there's a disagreement? I just want to make sure it's part of your process, just in case you need some kind of tiebreaker there or some mechanism.
Okay.
So
Very good. So I guess what I'll do is we can amend the agenda. I'll make a amendment to the motion such that required board president and VP approval of proposed agenda and packet before releasing to the public on Friday before meeting. Require the amendment requests of agenda at board meetings and with the finance officer as the tiebreaker in case of a disagreement amongst the board president and the vice president. So that's an amendment to the original motion. Do I have a second?
Yes.
Okay. So, any discussion on the amendment?
Yeah. Could you, consider instead of, a staff member making that call? Just if you have a disagreement that it defaults to go on the agenda?
Oh, that's probably better for Terry.
Yeah.
Not putting her in the middle to do that is a good, very good idea. Mhm.
Okay. Let's go ahead. Would you like to make the
Amendment
amend the amendment to state tiebreaker
is automatically put on the agenda.
automatically on the agenda?
Yeah.
Trina makes the motion to amend. Guess I'll second that. Do we have any further discussion on this amendment?
No, not on the amendment, sorry.
Okay, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
3 ayes, 1 nay. Abstention. Okay, now we're back on to voting on so what we just did was we amended the proposed amendment. So now we need to vote on that and apply it to the original motion. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
3 and 2 nay. Okay, so the original or the amended motion on the floor is to require board president and VP approval of proposed agenda and packet before releasing to the public on Friday before the meeting, and require amendment requests of the agenda at board meetings with a disagreement by the board president and VP to yield an automatic assignment to the agenda. So all those in favor of the current motion on the floor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Very good. Move on to items from constituents, and sir, that's your invitation to.
I just don't understand what transpired, disagreement between you guys on digging about, I'm just curious what transpired.
Yes, sir. Well, it's not necessarily a disagreement per se. It's more of, my opinion on how Mr. Service chooses to inform the public in certain venues, and how he chooses to execute his duties on the board. In my opinion, that he is creating an unneeded division within the town. And so that's the reason for it.
Okay, I just wanted to know what was going on.
Already. Yes, sir. Connie?
Well, I disagree on the division, that Aaron's causing the division, it's not. But I wanted to speak about the camera systems at Lincoln. I don't think the citizens need to be paying $6,000 for one incident that had happened. When I have driven down that road over the year, well, since the beginning of construction of the lagoon, I didn't do my thing president at the time. We're proud of the lagoon, anybody can come down and look at it, blah, blah, blah. There's pictures in the Chronicle of citizens, board members, all kinds of people. And people were down there looking at it. And when Mark looked at it, he found a massive structural problem with that building. It was not constructed right. Had that have been like that when the high winds we had, that thing would have been in a billion pieces across into the next town. Nobody had a hard time with him saving money on that. And I've driven down there, those gates wide open. Wide open. It was brought up at a meeting. If I gotta find it, I will. Anthony said, I'll go down and shut it right after the meeting. Did he? No, he did not. There's been times those gates are open for days on end. There's cows in there. All of a sudden, he brings up a problem with some of the very scary things inside of that building. And now all of a sudden, he's being you guys a scapegoat because you didn't like what shitty things look like down there out for the public to see. So I think he was treated very unfairly.
I second that.
And I don't think we need to be paying 6,000 per camera, lock the damn gate, nobody's gonna crawl over the top of it, save the citizens that kind of money, plus internet fees, and it's never gonna happen again. It just won't. It has never happened in the past. It's not gonna happen again. It's ridiculous.
All right, thank you. Hey,
Yeah, this is just completely ridiculous. It's President's Corner. I don't know if everybody got to read it. The accusations in here are just wild. I mean, anyone with a good head on their shoulders knew that these gentlemen wouldn't go and tamper with things. We, the people and trustees, need to know what's going on. And I'd like to know, Linda, did you read this?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? Trina, I want to know your thoughts.
I don't have the article right in front of me, but my own opinion is that, I don't need it, I'll just state. I read it. It was factual by his declaration. That is what he's seen, that's what he feels, and it is his right as well as Aaron's right to rebut it. You know, I mean, I think, and as far as what Connie is saying, that one of my first things I said when I heard about this, and I did, or that I thought, I did not hear about it until at the meeting. I didn't know anything. I came into this meeting blind to everything that had happened. But what I can say to that is the scariest part of that whole deal is that it got put on Facebook or wherever it got put, that it, and if you don't think that people are looking at that outside of our town, you're wrong. The fact that it was put out there that it was wide open to whoever is
Not wide open.
awful.
Closed group. But what was on Facebook, Anthony did a presentation in the office that went on YouTube to 2.5 million people. There's 600 people on that website. So they're both guilty of putting it out there on our infrastructure.
Well, I don't recall that situation. I'm talking about this situation. Sorry.
You're not trying to hide it. Let's
And
just-
is it legal to be in a nonprofit, newsletter like
No.
that?
Political stuff? No, it is not.
I can address that in the trustee input, but do we have any further input from the citizens? Bill and then Dan?
I understand you're trying to make it a more efficient and fast meeting tonight. It's been a long meeting. However, without citizen input, I think we're missing some effective things, such as, for an example, we're spending $24,000 on the media for the water treatment plant. Of the radium water, correct?
It's actually tabled for the next meeting.
Okay, but my point being is there ongoing cost with that? Does that media have to get replaced? What is that? We didn't get past those questions. I think those are good conversations that need to happen so that everybody's on the same page. And so I'm disappointed with the lack of citizen input of the law guarantee. As the board president, you can control that, cut people off so they, minimize time. But you very well can miss some very important stuff without.
Okay, thanks, Bill. Mr. Ellsworth?
Yeah, and I think, it's always a sorrow when you have the conflicts you do. And when infrastructures are jeopardized or circumstances, it throws up a red flag for everybody to have to do securities. And we can't afford them securities to be breached or problems to have happen. So I've seen the weaponization for years on circumstances, and it's hard, this decision is with the people sitting in this table because of what that weaponization is. And the factual side, the facts aren't looked up, just like the mud bomb track. To make the statements of carcasses and situations when you don't even know what is being transported or any of the other facts of the property. And what disappoints us most is the landowners are the last ones to know. We didn't even know commissioner meetings happened until after the fact. So, you know, I'm sorry. I think things have to be tightened up. I think your situation of what you have done is a hard decision. And I think things can be worked out, but it takes time.
Okay. Any more input? Deb and Marge?
All I gotta say is this medical waste management place, there was an individual that went to 2 county commissioners complaining about it, had called DANR numerous times, Custer County paper numerous times. Actually, the business called numerous times. The only violation, they had an inspection, the only violation is they didn't have the address changed. There is no dead animals. We wouldn't even think of that. I don't even know who even brought that up. It is hospital stuff that these trucks go to, great big orange barrels. They're sealed up. It's from hospitals and doctor offices. So where you got your information of all these dead animals, he needs to get his facts straight.
Okay, thank you. Marge?
I'd just like to commend Aaron for all his reports he's put out and information he's gotten to us. It's been an eye opener. And I'm also going to address you, Cal. I can't understand why you are trying to be a Gestapo up there by forcing this and forcing that. And you're supposed to be working as a board. And so the chairman should appoint every member of that board on these different departments so you can work together on it. It's always been like that. I mean, my dad was on the board for 16 years, and that's the way it was. I was on the board for 4 or 5 years, I can't remember. And that's the way we did. We worked together. We don't try to shut somebody out.
All right, thank you for that, Marge.
I just want to say that having been in the newsletter for 12 years, I have asked every board that we've had, which it changes in June quite often. I've asked every president if he would like to put something in the newsletter monthly, letting the public know what progress has been made or what is going on, whether it's good or bad. And I am not censoring that. That is a full president's
Do you remember
decision.
these from May of 2023? Do you remember these?
It's biased. I mean, there's political.
Okay, well.
It was all in the last meeting. Had you been here, you'd already heard it.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments from constituents? Shelley?
I would like to commend Aaron also for all the research and the great things he has done for the town. Thank you. And I'm wondering why the Our Savior's Lutheran Church playground hasn't been on the agenda for a while. We haven't found out, if we are getting any funding for the playground, what's going on, we've come to the meetings and we're never on the agenda.
Yes, sir.
So, they've been looked at, the equipment we have possibly to surplus has been looked at. As it turns out, there's still some concrete and things on the posts was, I guess, one of the holdbacks. But I think kind of where we're at now would be to move forward with surplusing that and getting that process going, if it isn't already slated for surplus. And then if they want that, they can, if not. But as far as funding, I think we kind of hit a point where, because it's religious contribution, we may not be able to do it.
But it's for the community. Our church hosts the Vacation Bible School every year. We have breaks during Vacation Bible School so the kids can go outside. I mean, it's not just for the church.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go Dan, and then we'll move to trustee input.
the school got rid of that equipment because it was all broke up and they didn't think it was safe, and so they gave it to the city. If they had to get rid of it, they could not put it back in. There were big liability issues. So I'm pretty positive the church ain't gonna want it because of that.
Okay, thank you, Dan. So let's move on to trustee input, Linda.
Thank you. I got so much here. You might have to go to somebody else in between. First off, the reason that it was denied by the school was because they could no longer insure it. It has nothing to do with the shape that it was in. It is, state and federal laws now on what they can insure, and it has to be these new $30,000, $100,000 equipment,
So now if they can't get insurance, what makes you think? Church?
because the church usually can. And so I was waiting to hear from the church to find out if they wanted it or not. And I had not heard that, and I had asked Aaron for his contact, and we didn't get that done. Is it okay? So as that is, the town, as we see it, and as our attorney advised us, you said, your thought, excuse me, you couldn't advise because you were in the church or in some, on the board. But it was noted that it says in the BB&B funds and that religious, you cannot donate to. And I agree with you that it is used by more than just the religious people, but it is within the property of the church. And as you just said, also, you said that everybody uses it. I agree, but you noted that we need it for the Bible or the Bible school or in the summer, whatever. So you put Bible right in that word. I'm sorry, I cannot change what the government says. And this is the federal government and the state government, that you cannot have, you cannot have the governmental and religious together. So
Separation of church and state.
separate. Thank you so much, Phil. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for saying that. Yes, separation. If you can bring us state laws and legislature that says that we can, we'd be more than willing, because we had kind of approved it until that came up. That being said, Black Hills Recovery had their meeting, and Black Hills Recovery would like to donate $1,000 to this project. And I have the check right here, and I wanted to give it to whoever was on the committee that was here at that one meeting. And, oh, okay. Anyway, I have a check here for $1,000 from Black Hills Recovery for your project there.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, thank you.
On other things, I would also like to say, like someone said, this board needs to work together, and we need to have the respect and respect for one another, even if we disagree. And we don't want everybody with exact alike thinking on this board, 5 people. That's not good either. We need to be able to disagree respectfully. And Connie, I think I did not finish. My first comment on that, on when I heard that Aaron and Mark were in the system or down at the lagoons when they shouldn't have been or whatever, that was my first words, was that thing was wide open all during construction. I drove in and out of there and in and out of there and in and out of there, and I never gave it a thought because it was under construction. Now, thinking about it, that was not safe either. However, under construction, it was I get it. We're done, basically done with construction on it. But I think that in today's world and the way things are going, that we have got to lock up, put cameras, whatever, on all of our infrastructure. Trusting everybody in the world to not do things that are bad just doesn't work. Doesn't work anymore.
Well, that's
And
fine. I just think that one person's getting.
okay. Outside of that, I want to say that I appreciate everybody being here. I appreciate all of you and the time that you all spend, the time that you all spend. Appreciate your being here and your opinions, and let's try to get along and to respect one another, and let's try to stay on the good side of the state and all the public officials that help make our decisions, that help give us the money we need to improve our infrastructures so that we can have clean water and clean sewer and a growing town. And on that, I'll say thank you, sir, for the meeting tonight and everybody else.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to go next? Trustee input?
Go ahead, I'll go last.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I wanted to check, because usually we go in like, yeah, the security camera is really important to me. Y'all know that. In part to protect us from rumors and gossip as well. But also to protect our waterworks people and these contractors. They're professionals, and some people have implied that they're not professionals, and they are. When Jerry hired Anthony's company to come in, it was a welcome thing, and I think we need to remember and honor and respect the people who have made improvements in our town. I mean, our citizens make improvements too, and we need to respect each other. I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, and I don't want people to be thrown under the bus. Sometimes that happens, and it seems to happen in Hermosa more than any other town I've lived in. I'd like to stop that trend, or, at least something. Anyway, a few weeks ago, Belina sent a letter into the board, and that never made it into the agenda. I think this whole thing of the agenda being more structured is very important. I think everybody would have loved Belina's letter. It was beautifully written. And she mentioned that we had $18,000 in funds for promoting Hermosa. And I didn't know about that. So I was grateful for that. And I think that the board should consider using that by promoting Hermosa in some of these travel magazines. We're not against businesses. The whole economic development thing, I don't think we need the liaison, because our focus is on infrastructure. And so that's why I don't really want a board member officially to be spending time on that.
I've literally been removed from any opportunity to have any oversight of any of the infrastructure.
Well, yeah, that's different from
I'm
what
just making sure we're clear here. The only thing left is economic development liaison. I was stripped of the rest for political reasons.
I see that the economic development is important. It's important to all of us. That's why we're on the board. That's why we're spending so much of our free time on the board. We want the infrastructure for the businesses to come in. So I hope that the board works together and focuses on that infrastructure. I'm grateful for the grants that we have. That's the other thing that Anthony, came in. A lot of the money that we pay is from the grants. And we can't do it without. That's why we wanted the tip too, because that tip, well, with the Prestons, right? We've put in $70,000 to have that sewer line put in. Now, a sewer line that's less than 2 miles is $750,000, according to the estimates. It's gone up 10 times. How can we as a board or a town grow our town if we don't have tips? The only other option is to increase water bills, which is a crazy idea. So anyway, okay. Hold on. Bill, you had a good point. I can't remember what it was, but I wrote that down. And, okay, just real fast, let me check, because if I don't check my notes, Shelley and Aunt, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well deserved, doing great stuff. I'm so proud of the Haha Museum, and I send all my visitors there, and yeah, I'm really glad that that's happening, and all the things that are happening this year even. Awesome. I'm forgetting something, but again, I do want to say we all have different opinions. And you saw it tonight. I thought it was beautiful how there was votes that went different ways with different ones of us, and it shows that we are individually voting. Sometimes it's the three of us, sometimes three of them. Sometimes I'm out of the loop and I lose my vote. Whatever, it's okay. We respect each other and move on. Aaron, I appreciate your professionalism tonight. And I know that everything's gonna work out.
It will. It always does.
Do I get the floor now? What, is there any of it left?
I know, that's what Linda said too. I don't want to say.
Well, I'm a little upset with some of the decisions that were made. I think they're a little rash. But we all are on the board for the citizens. We want to do what the citizens want us to do. And I feel sometimes we forget about the citizens. We're doing what we want to do, no matter who it hurts. And I want to comment on Shelley and Dan. You're fantastic people. You've done fantastic things for the town, and what you did to the the museum over there. I was just astounded when I went in there. I thought, come on, Dan Martin can really do this kind of thing.
Oh, Donna, I'll catch you with tickets. Because I gotta put a new roof on, insurance won't cover it. And it's 69,000.
No.
And I'd like to thank Aaron for all the searching that he does. He does some fantastic searching, and I just, we need to work as a town board, not as a group, not one person being left out in the cold. Thank you. I only took a quarter.
You did good.
My turn. Oh, boy. Thank you, everyone, for coming. I know how many of you are here probably because you've seen some of the situation that's developing recently. This isn't the first time, though, this sort of thing has occurred. This letter hit the newsletter, and it reminded me of another one that I recall receiving some time ago. And I think it'd be fair for everybody to, and if this could be, of course, added to the public record for this meeting, to review this and think of what you want from the future of your town. What you want from your leadership. what you expect of us. There was a time when this sort of thing was commonplace, this sort of authoritarian top-down leadership. And then 92 or 93 citizens came together and voted for term limits, and things finally had the opportunity to change. Not everybody's happy with that change, obviously, but it's up to the citizens, really, to maintain that change and sustain. And regardless what's happens moving forward with discussions of a possible public hearing, which sounds honestly kind of enjoyable, I think a lot has happened since I got on the board that helps the citizens, will continue to help the citizens, and some progress can't be undone.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Oh, if you'd like, I think you'd recognize it.
So, I mean, this was probably one of the hardest things I ever had to decide. And I touched on it a little bit earlier, but, you know, I think Aaron means well in most everything that he does. I do think that there's an issue with the way that he does things. And if you guys read my letter in the newsletter, what I attempted to capture was the truth of the situation not from a small point, not from one avenue, but from the entirety of the situation here. So I urge everybody to carefully read that letter and to pay attention to what it does say and what it doesn't say. Okay. You know, my commitment is to not misrepresent things. And so I've seen on multiple occasions on social media or even in the board proceedings and stuff like that, where comments were made that were misrepresenting the truth. And so up until this point, I kind of let that slide, kind of hoping people would come around, but all I saw was it getting worse. And I saw things kind of starting to metastasize, and you know, the distrust and all of this type of stuff. And I mean, the particular incident to me was very suspicious because, as I said in the letter, the timing of everything was suspicious. And so, I mean, I don't need to go over all that right now, but I mean, in my opinion, I would like to see Mr. Service kind of dedicate himself to being very particular with his language. And obviously he can do what he likes, but you know, I would like to see him be very particular and very methodical in the way that he applies his logic and things like that. I know in past discussions that we've had, it kind of seemed like I was hitting a wall at a certain point where I had thought that, you know, if we were just going to have a discussion on the points of what we were discussing, then we could do that. But so, and again, you know, like I said, disagreement is healthy in a decision-making process. The main point is, can we disagree on things that we agree are truthful? You know, that's kind of my main point. So anyways, I guess with that, I don't believe we need to do an executive session.
Make a motion that we
Adjourn
adjourn.
at 10:38.
10:38.
Yep, 10:38.
Second it, somebody.
Lee.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Oh,
Thank you. I'm seeing.